comes down later on, drifter goes to jail, whatever. If they start messing with you let me know. We're in this together now. Okay? If they
Deputy Bruce Cantley was given a case involving a 34-year-old man, David, who's been disturbing his neighborhood.
Faithful complain about the fact that the noise is going all night long, which goes hand in hand with drug activity, using methamphetamine in particular. That's a type of a drug that will keep you up all night long. He's also cluttered the property. We have numerous city code violations on the property. He's the kind of person that if you look at him the wrong way, he's liable to come over and get in your face and confront you, challenge you to fight. When I initially got involved with this case, I really just wanted to get David out of the house. It's the corner house with the brick in the front. Like I said, when you look at this house from the surface, it's not an unsightly house by any means. There would be no indicator by just driving by that there is a problem.
Cantley had quickly found out that the house is actually owned by the man's father. The son, David, stayed on there after his father had a serious stroke 2 years earlier.
Once Dad was gone, I think the son felt like he had free reign to do whatever he wanted to do, which is openly, actively use drugs in the house, even allegedly deal out of the house, which we've heard from different individuals, and basically be the nuisance that it has become.
Cantley has been talking to the owner of the house, Richard Bradshaw, a retired construction worker, while putting together the case against his son.
Hi, Mr. Bradshaw. How are you, sir? He's a typical hardworking American that has worked his whole life very hard to save money, buy a house, and build his family, only here at the end to be let down by his son.
I'm walking 3 miles outside.
Really? Wow, that's great.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you'll probably be going back home in no time then.
Yeah, pretty good.
The son was given power of attorney over his 67-year-old father's finances when he had a stroke.
Mr. Bradshaw had no idea initially for the first 4 or 5 months that he was here in the convalescent hospital after having a stroke that anything was wrong. He was under the impression that everything was fine, that his bills were being paid, and he only had to worry about one thing, which was recuperating.
The worst thing is, I didn't think too much about it until I had my income tax figured out.
Right.
With the IRS, everybody's after me. He told me he'd take care of it.
Right.
In fact, his son wasn't paying any of his bills anymore.
But there was a point where when Mr. Bradshaw became aware that the bills weren't being paid by his son, that was kind of what I needed month-wise.
The investigator has learned the son not only stopped paying his father's bills, but also began emptying his bank accounts and even cashing his retirement checks.
One of them is $6.99.
For a pension or Social Security?
That's pension.
Okay, one of them is $6.99.
And the grand total $3,967.14.
Okay.
Okay?
And that's per month.
Yeah, for money.
You never saw that money, did you?
Oh, no.
Okay.
By Friday, July 9th, 10 days after he started the case, Cantley has tracked down what the suspect did with his father's money.
These are photocopies from the bank of all the cash withdrawals and all the checks. 232 different pieces of evidence over the 2-year period that David Bradshaw basically cashed out to use for his own personal use. So around $160,000. I know for a fact there was 2 different incidences where he was arrested by our department and even posted bail to the tune of $60-some thousand with his dad's money, and that totally violates the agreement that they had. Mr. Bradshaw, y'all ready?
While continuing to build a case against the son, Cantley takes the father back to his house for the first time.
His son has vacated the residence per correspondence and letters that he sent to his son that we helped him with. I've told him that it looks as though his son has left, and he was very pleased. In fact, he can't wait to go back to the house and see the condition that it's in. So you haven't actually seen your house for 2 years, right?
No.
Okay? Got it? Okay. Well, here goes the moment of truth.
Good God almighty. Them damn pigs.
Yeah, he's totally destroyed that room.
Oh, yeah, everything. Christ, I can't believe this.
What was in here?
Probably about $18,000 to $20,000 worth of stuff.
Monies or?
There was monies, gold coins, antique dolls
Okay.
that my wife didn't want to sell. All in the boxes from the time we bought them clear back in the 50s. What's in that top box up on top?
This box right here?
Oh, Jesus. Don't tell me you got into that, too.
There's nothing in here. What was in here?
Oh, jewelry.
Jewelry?
nothing but clowns, even over there on that wall.
Okay. Collector statuettes and stuff?
Yeah, oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. This is all broken up. And
Okay. Okay.
maybe I'll stay where I am.
Mr. Bradshaw was crushed. He sees his house ransacked and broken as though somebody that was a complete stranger came through here.
He's a con artist. He had me fooled. He's a perfect con artist. You could ask any of the neighbors. They thought he was the greatest thing since canned beer. I'd been better off if I had hired somebody.
How about all this clutter and debris? Is this just very characteristic to people that are into the drug culture? The individuals that are using the drugs inside the house are so consumed with their drug habit that they don't take care of the property. This out here.
There wasn't any of this stuff when I was here.
This is actually worse than what I expected because when I see the outside of the house doesn't look all that bad. Once I'm inside the house, though, it's completely trashed, everything's broken. I mean, you can smell the odor in the air. This house hasn't been cleaned probably in 2 years. It's going to cost thousands of dollars to put it back to the way it was.
Oh, well.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready to go, let's go.
Okay.
It's just, and then lots causes.
All right, well, this just motivates me just that much more to want to hurry up and finalize the case and make the arrest of the suspect. In fact, the father's very words today are, I hope you get him. So, Mr. Bradshaw, what are you thinking right now after being in your house?
I just can't imagine anybody doing such stuff like that, I mean, I realize that the kid is a moron.
I appreciate your help, though, through the investigation, and I know it's hard for you because it is your son.
No, that ain't got nothing to do with me. It doesn't, because he's wrong. And he's wrong. Because I was set for the rest of my life. Now I'm not. I don't have anything. So I really don't care what happens as long as something happens to him.
It saddened me greatly to see all that and to see the emotion on his face because I can only imagine myself having to go through something like that with your own child doing it to you. You can't fathom that.
After work each day, Bruce Gantley returns home to his wife Maria and 2 young daughters.
Honey, it's me. How are you? Hi, Erica. Baby. For me, my wife and I have such a good relationship. And I have such a loving relationship with my kids. It's just when I'm home, it's like a breath of fresh air. I feel love in the air. And whatever has happened throughout the day, if it's negative, for example, it's like those things just go away. Yeah? Nothing? Oh, you gonna give me that one? Okay. These 3 girls direct so much love my way that I can't help but just be in awe of it, and I loosen right up to it, and there's just a peace connection with it. I mean, it's hard to put into words, but that love just overpowers whatever I've had to deal with throughout the day.
CVS doesn't want you to know about this new hack to get 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra for $7 in less than 2 minutes. When I first heard about it, I thought, it has to be a scam. But after my failures in bed, I kept thinking, I need to fix this. I can't keep living like this and disappointing my wife. That's when I looked into Friday plans. CVS charged over $45 a pill. 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra set me back $406. Walgreens charged me $417 for the same 9 tablets, or $46 per pill. I was sick and tired of those insane prices. So, yeah, I gave Friday plans a shot. They offer the same 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra for $7. The prescription is free, and the shipping is free as well. Even the 20 milligram generic Cialis is the same price. I was skeptical, thinking, all right, where's the hidden charge? But there wasn't one. It all took me about 2 minutes. No phone calls, no doctor visits. It was all so easy. I just answered a few medical questions, and within hours, their doctor approved a free prescription, just like they promised. 3 days later, a discreet package landed at my door. 9 individually wrapped 100 milligram tablets of generic Viagra, all for $7. Holding it, I thought, wow, they really delivered on this. It's as simple as they claim. You can claim this deal by scanning the QR code or going to realfridayplans.com. That night, I tried one. Within 30 minutes, I knew Friday Plans is the real thing. I feel 20 years younger. My wife won't stop smiling. She called me a whole new man. I've been seeing Friday Plans everywhere. It's going viral on Facebook and has a solid 4.7 stars on Trustpilot with impressive feedback. Don't miss out. Get your free prescription by scanning the QR code or going to realfridayplans.com. It takes 2 minutes, and it's going to be the best $7 you've ever spent. Try it out yourself while you still can. Scan the QR code or go to realfridayplans.com.
Are you or a loved one between the ages of 50 to 80 years old? If you are younger than 80 years old, do you receive Social Security, Disability, or Medicare? If you answered yes, you may qualify for $30,000 in funeral insurance for only pennies a day. The average funeral costs around $11,000, and Social Security only pays $255, leaving your loved ones to pay the balance. Call now to see if you qualify for $30,000 in funeral expense coverage from Senior Legacy Life. Your rate will never increase, your benefits will never decrease, and there is no medical exam, even if you have a pre-existing disease or illness. Don't be a financial burden to your family. Lock in your rate by completing an application over the phone right now. Will you qualify for funeral insurance up to $30,000 for only pennies a day? Find out by calling Senior Legacy Life.
Call 1-800-300-3341 to speak with a licensed insurance agent. That's 1-800-300-3341.
Who cares what they say? Size does matter. And we prove it every day at Shop LC with our exquisite selection of lab-grown diamonds. Because when size matters, so does value. Go to shoplc.com and go bigger.
Look, great blue heron. Know when I go, I'd like to leave some money to the local bird conservancy.
Doesn't count.
What you need is a will, something you can sign and make official. Start your will at trustandwill.com now and make it count.
At your next big event, everything needs to feel just right. From the presentation to the products, 4imprint provides outstanding branded gear, guaranteed to show up sharp and right on time. Visit 4imprint.com.
4imprint for certain. Sell in all the places with Shopify. Online, in person, and across social. And track every cha-ching, all in one place. When it's time to sell everywhere, it's time for Shopify. Start your free trial today.
While investigating a case of a son who spent his father's life savings, Cantley takes a six-pack of photos, including one of the son, to the father's bank.
My visit to the bank was very important to the case because we needed somebody that could specifically say, yeah, that was him, and I remember that was him. I DM off a set of pictures that I show the employee and say, yeah, that's him, and he cashed the check.
Once two of the bank's managers positively ID the son, David, Cantley is ready to make the arrest. On July 19th, around 9:30 p.m., he goes to stake out the neighborhood where the suspect has been staying.
He parked his truck up the street. It's this green construction truck right here. That's it. So I know the truck's here and I know he's here. So now it's just a matter of setting up somewhere where I can watch.
He parks down the street where he can clearly see the truck.
You know what? A lot of the stuff you see on TV and the movies about stakeouts, about them being long and boring and sitting there all hours of the night, a lot of that is true. But if you want to make your arrest, then you have to do it. Well, we've been out here for at least 5 hours, I would say, and I haven't had any activity so far. It's 3:30 in the morning. We're still here, still watching the truck, watching David Bradshaw's truck. If you knew the hours of work that I put into it, you realize why I'm so motivated at this point to get it all done. And basically, if this is the last stage and all I have to do is stay awake and wait for him to come out, then that's what I'm going to do. It's 5:45, 5:45. It's Wednesday morning. I'm extremely tired right now. I can't wait to get some sleep. And I'm hoping that something happens quickly.
At 7 a.m., Cantley decides to risk knocking on the door of the house where he's been told the suspect is staying.
If the suspect doesn't answer the door, now he knows that the police are looking for him and he can skip town. And you might never see that person again, at least for, several, could be months, years down the road before you ever make contact with him again. How are you? Remember talking to me before? I was out here the last time I talked with you. And I want to talk to David. David Bradshaw. Oh, yeah, he's staying here.
Oh, yeah.
He's been staying here.
No, sir.
Do you mind if I walk through real quick? Okay.
I'll get nothing to hide, though.
Okay.
The suspect is not inside the
Okay, it's
house.
right there. It's a green construction truck. Right next.
That's what we do.
Right.
Oh, who would do?
Okay, do you know where that guy's staying that owns that truck? Yeah, let's go walk down there. While we're here, we might as well. Hey, David. We're gonna need to talk to you, man. I went over, and as soon as we walked up, there he was, popping his head over the fence. Dad told you about it? Oh. You have any weapons or anything on you right now? It's early in the morning. It's only 7:20, and you know you can tell he himself is just now waking up, so he's kind of groggy, and he was looking, and I think he was trying to make the decision as to whether he wanted to run. What's been going on with you and your dad, your finances and all that? Nothing. Nothing at all? No. You and your dad had any kind of problems or anything? No. Anything in there? No. What do you know about what your relationship with your dad is and the money?
Well, one thing is, the money was, I was taking care of everything for him, paying all his bills for him and stuff like that. And
Right.
And that's it.
Okay, so you were paying all of his bills?
Yeah.
So nobody else had control over the account at that point? You were the sole person that had control, right?
Right.
Did anybody else have control of the checks or anything else?
No.
Okay, not your girlfriend, not your brother at that point, nobody else? Okay. My conversation with the suspect after I arrested him was very important because I needed to hear certain things from here and to lock the case together and make it show that the son did have knowledge of how the money was to be spent.
I ain't absolutely. I had no money.
Okay.
No work.
All right. David, was there ever a time throughout the year that you had power of attorney that you ever used the money for anything other than Dad's needs, responsibilities, bills, things like items that pertain to Dad ever at all?
No.
Okay. All right. That's all I need to know then. Okay, we're done. That statement in and of itself made the case because I had proof and evidence that he had done much more than just taking care of Dad's needs. The son had been taking care of his own needs too. I don't think he realizes how deep I've dug into this, where all the money has gone. I think he thinks on the surface that I'm going to pass up a lot of things and then he's going to skate on us. And I think he's hoping for that. And he knows if he rides in that gray area, that he might just do that. But little does he know that we have done our homework here. We have done it right. And I believe not only we're going to get a filing, but I believe we're going to get a conviction.
2 months later, Cantley drives Mr. Bradshaw out to his house again. Employees from a home improvement company have volunteered to do the work to repair his home. And the company is donating the materials.
Yeah, it's just hard for me to believe that somebody would do this for me.
The renovation process includes taking out cabinets, tearing down wallpaper, cleaning up just sweeping up debris and so forth so that people can come in and put in the new carpet and new cabinets and new paint and all the things that Mr. Bradshaw is going to need to be able to live a comfortable life in his house.
Anything that's not
Right.
kosher, we're tearing out to it.
It's very nice.
Yeah.
I just can't believe that somebody's doing it for me. I really can't. And so maybe I'll get house of the year. Who knows?
The suspect pleaded guilty to felony elder abuse charges for abusing his legal power of attorney to steal his father's money. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison. Mr. Bradshaw may be able to recover $70,000 of his money that his son had previously posted as bail.
Are you sitting at home living in pain? Maybe it's in your hands, maybe your back or your hips. The good news is you don't need to live in pain. Why? Because there is Omega XL, a one-of-a-kind, natural, powerful joint relief supplement created from the green lip mussels of New Zealand. Drug-free, non-habit forming. It's small, easy to swallow, and it's backed by more than 40 years of clinical research. If you're experiencing daily aches and pains due to aging and overuse, try Omega XL. Just ask anybody who uses it. The results are undeniable.
I had a lot of joint pain, and that slowed me down.
I had considerable pain in my back.
Really, really felt the pain. I mean, in my ankles and in my heels.
I'm telling you about something that's gonna change your life. It has revived me.
This works.
I'm not a prisoner anymore to my pain.
As I was getting older, my joints started to feel that wear and tear. But then I tried Omega XL, and it changed my life. Today I'm here at my ranch exercising some of my polo ponies. So as you get older, it gets tougher. I was starting to suffer some of that business. And then I ran into somebody who said, look, you should try Omega XL. And look what it's done. I feel better than I felt XL gave me the ability to get back in the saddle. It works great. If you're in pain, I want you to know that there is real hope out there. I'm living proof. See the difference it can make in your life, just like it did in mine.
Call now or order online to receive our special TV offer. Buy 1 bottle of Omega XL and get a second free. Plus, we'll also include a free bottle of Vitamin XL D3. 2 free bottles for the price of 1 bottle of Omega XL. A total value of $115. You pay only $49.95 and it ships free. Plus, you get a money-back guarantee. Buy 1, get 2 free. Call or go online right now.
5 p.m. Saturday, June 19th. Detective Anthony Rivera of the East LA Gang Unit goes out on patrol with his partner.
I've always truly wanted to be a police officer. Police are the strong arm for the better people in the community. I get to speak up for those people that are being bullied. I've always been that way ever since I've been a kid. I teach my kids to be the same way.
Gratification I get out of it is I'm able to stick up for those people. We're looking for guns, the violence in the neighborhood. That's our main concern here. We're taking the guns off the street and taking violent criminals off the street and putting them in jail.
Look who's here.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
When you're working the gangs, you just got to talk to them and treat them for what they are and who they are. And the better investigators are the ones that are able to talk to people and to get information from them through conversation.
I'm not arresting you today. So
The gang members a lot of times would rather talk to us because they know that we understand their lifestyle. We might not agree with it. We understand it.
when they shot that deputy, man, about a couple months ago, and sniped him when he wasn't looking. No, got him in the eye with a shotgun. All right, man. Hey, take care. Be careful, huh? All right, if you find out who it was or you hear, let us know. At least we'll go check him out. If you try and take that gun off the street before it hits your little one, God forbid. You know what I mean? Okay. He's like one of the biggest coke dealers around. He knows us. We're very familiar with each other. It's no secret we're on either side. We'd love to take him to jail, give him the opportunity. But you treat a guy decently on the street. Treat him like a man. He knows he's going to go to jail for whatever reason if you catch him. A lot of times, when you finally do take him into jail, you'd be surprised what they tell you.
Around 10 o'clock on this Saturday night, Rivera and Detective Dana Duncan head into a neighborhood that has been having incidents of gang violence.
We're looking for gangsters who are going to be out partying tonight just to see the homeboys, see who's out of the pan.
For us to target you as a gang, you have to be very violent and very active.
Want me to just go up here to... Yeah, just go right up here.
They turn into an alley below a house that's a local gang hangout.
We got somebody running, dude. We're up on top. Okay. Straight up? Well, one went right there. Here's another one, right? I got the girls here. Look at, see, that's the house, dude. See your hands. All right, hands. Hey, guys, what's up? I got you. Come on down, Holmes. Come on down over here. Everybody, come to the car. What's happening? Come to the car, brother. Come on, let's gather around. Yeah. Who's nothing on you here, dear? You ain't holding guns or nothing? What are you on parole for? How long did you do? 2 years. The purpose of being a gang member is to commit crimes.
We're not afraid to chase after them after they've shot at somebody. When a police officer hears bullets, he doesn't go the other way. He goes to where the bullets are coming from.
I'm going to check around and see if we have any weapons hidden in here or any kind of suspects hiding. Dana, I'm just going to keep looking around here, all right? All right, dude, go ahead. All right. Hey, somebody just threw a bottle. So you know what? That's not good. It's not good because now we're gonna take care of business, bro. Hey, George boy, what's our load, bro? Hey, come on forward. Keep going. Is it this guy? Shut up. Is it this guy? What's the problem? Somebody's throwing bottles. What are you gonna do? You're gonna throw bottles. Be a man about it and show your face.
If a policeman was afraid, he wouldn't go into that alley and confront all these people. for knowing that he could be sniped at, not only take bottles, but he could take rounds.
Let's go. Go home, get in the house, go to sleep, go do something. We could have just raided the party and took a lot of people to jail. We chose not to this time.
Because we saw the circumstance was going down. We looked at it all. We didn't overreact. We did end up breaking the party up.
If the cops can't drive down the road without getting bottles thrown at them, then there's not a person in this whole neighborhood that's safe.
We don't just forget about what happened. We're going to follow up on this and try and determine who it was that threw that bottle. They tried to say it was some guy that came in from another gang to the party and did it. Of course, they're not going to want to put it on their own gang because they know now the pressure is going to be on this particular gang as a whole. If we were to just pretend like that didn't happen, well, hey, guess what? They didn't care about the bottles being thrown at them. They're not going to care about rounds coming through their windshield next time.
An hour later, the detectives drive down a street near the party where the bottles were thrown at them.
So the party's broken up. No more gangsters that we can see.
Got it.
What's your hands? Hands.
Yes, sir. You weren't the one that threw the bottle at us, are you?
No, sir.
Better not be.
Out of here, please.
Take my son concerned about your kid.
Is that you not search them? I'll get some spots.
Nothing else.
I've got a person that's gonna go in there and try and give me the name of the person that threw the bottle at us. So confirmed it with a guy. So it was no other gang. Yeah.
He said it was covered.
Did I say something? Hey, we're done here. These gang members intimidate people in their own neighborhood. 99% of them are decent human beings that want to bring their kids up and want to go to work and have a decent life. But the 1% is ruining for them. They can't enjoy their life.
He was the one down below. He's the death man.
We're going to go down there and try and find him now. See what we can do.
Hey, you know, you saw Robert Garcia. That's his brother.
Oh, it's the Garcia brothers. Oh, it's the death man. I thought he was in jail.
I did too, and that's why I didn't even realize that was him. Family, man.
The whole family.
They didn't have one good son, not a single one. They're all in the pen, on parole.
We're gonna just keep prowling until we find them coming out.
Don't buy Viagra or Cialis anywhere before trying this trick. It's called Friday Plans, and it's the only way to get 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra or 20 milligram generic Cialis delivered for just $7. Let me show you. First, scan the QR code to go to buyfridayplans.com. Then, you select if you need generic Viagra or Cialis. The quantity you need, I'll pick 9, and the dosage. I'll pick 100 milligram, thank you very much, and then their system will see if you qualify. Give it a second to find the best deals, and boom. Look at that. 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra for just $7. 9 tablets of 20 milligram Cialis are the same price. The prescription and shipping are free. Scan the QR code to go to buyfridayplans.com and see for yourself.
Before you buy generic Viagra, see how you can get 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra for just $7. Prescription and shipping are free. Claim now at buyfridayplans.com. All you need to do is answer a few medical questions. A doctor reviews your answers and prescribes you online for free. If appropriate, the prescription and shipping are free. You heard it right. 9 tablets for just $7. It's buyfridayplans.com. Once again, 9 tablets for just $7. It's buyfridayplans.com.
Making your own diamonds again?
What does it look like, Amy?
You know Shop LC is the lab grown diamond expert, right? They have a huge selection of brilliant Cupid dress.
So affordable and gorgeous, too.
Get brilliant quality at unbelievable prices only at Shop LC.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe. Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one is laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you need to call the number on your screen now. You'll be connected to a legal expert. You got questions? They got answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the parlance, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much your case could be worth. 300,000, 2 million, 86,491. All sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get money, I don't get money. so I compel you, I impel you, and implore you to pick up that phone and make that call now to see what your case could be worth.
Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation.
800-608-4022.
When it's time to start your business, it's time for Shopify. Designed with easy to customize themes, sell everywhere people shop, and never miss a sale with the world's best converting checkout. See why millions of businesses sell with Shopify. Start your free trial today.
You put everything into getting it right, from launches to milestones and team recognition. With expert support, quality products, and on-time delivery. 4imprint makes sure your brand shows up strong. 4imprint.com. 4imprint for certain. Have a great trip.
Do you think they'll be okay?
Nothing's gonna happen. And if it did, your parents will take care of the kids. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Something you can sign and make official. Get started at trustandwill.com and make it count.
Detectives Rivera and Duncan hunt for the gang member who threw bottles at them.
I'm watching. You look down there. I see the guy up on top here. These knuckleheads. There's...
Now! Come on, Robert. They started up the party again. They didn't understand the lead. Spray your feet.
Just trying to figure out why he's throwing bottles at us.
I should take you right now, but normally we don't get people to jail. That's not OSS. That's not the gang unit, gang cops. But you know what? Wants to act like a bunch of play that game, then you got to pay back and play games too. Two of them were the brothers of Cobra. Well, while we're detaining them, Cobra is going to come defend his brothers as usual. So he pops out of the house that we saw the bottles coming from, and here's standing there all, pretty much belligerent, and he's got a bottle of beer of the same type of bottle that was thrown at us. Come down here. Go over right now. He's on parole. Be quiet. Put the beer down. No, Maz. Give the beer. Okay, let's go. Go downstairs. That's all right. He's matching the same description clothing that was seen after the beer bottle incident. Okay, you stay with your brother. All you guys are gone. You can stay as your brother, but everyone else leave.
Because all three of the brothers are on felony probation and parole, they can be arrested for relatively minor infractions.
1 minute. Does he understand that? Okay, I'm telling you right now, okay? I'll take both of you for associating with gangbangers out here, okay? If I see you out here tonight. You understand that? You understand that? I'm talking to you too. All right, okay. All right, guys, take him, because he's drunk. Take him. Take him home, Manuel.
If you're willing to assault a police officer, that person is so violent and dangerous to the rest of their community that he or she needs to be stopped.
But our concern is for the safety of the person who told us he was the one who threw the bottles. If we were to just right away go and grab him right now, they're going to say, hey, the cops just went and talked to Joe Schmo, and all of a sudden we're making an arrest on the guy. We got to, suck up our pride a little bit, because it's really disgusting right now that we have to let him go. But we have to look at the ultimate goal of this, and that's the protection of anyone who gives us information. He's going to go back. He's going to get violated. It's enough to give him a parole violation. And I know part of his parole is going to be not to drink alcohol. And he was about as drunk as a skunk right there, with the beer bottle in his hand that he wouldn't drop. A lot of times it's a lot wiser. You let the guy get away temporarily, give him a little bit of slack, and then pull the rope in and hang him. That's it. There's a front door. The back, what I remember...
6 a.m. 3 days later, Rivera and a 9-member OSS team are about to make a parole search at the house where the brothers live with their parents. He plans to at least arrest Cobra.
The primary who we believe threw the bottles at us, he's got a resisting a police officer conviction, several narcotics convictions, numerous narcotics convictions, arrest for robbery, and he is currently on parole for assault with a deadly weapon. The additional brother, he's also been arrested numerous times. This is his rap sheet. It's about 12, 13 pages long. Manuel, his other brother that was out there, also has several narcotics arrests, as well as a felony conviction and went to prison for exhibiting a firearm in the presence of a police officer. So we have one other brother who's not in the house, and he's currently in prison for throwing a caustic chemical on a parking enforcement officer. So basically what we're dealing with a family of constant assaultive behavior towards law enforcement.
Oh, so you don't feel anything personal after you've been doing this long enough. They didn't throw a bottle at me. They threw a bottle at law enforcement. They threw a bottle at the establishment. They threw a bottle at police in general. Because of the uniform I wear, that's who they attacked. They attacked the uniform. They didn't attack me personally. Okay, we're about 97 here, guys. About 100 yards in front of us. A little farther. I'd park right at the gate, right at the fence here.
Where your brother? Where your sons at? Parole search. Doing a parole search. Where are your sons? Okay. Went ahead and we hit the house.
And the sheriff's department, Candace Naki.
Although the person who threw the bottles at us was not here, we suspect that from that night he probably suspected we knew who he was, and for that purpose he's not at home. His brother, who is just taken away right now, inside his bed we found a cocaine pipe with cocaine residue. So he'll be violated for his parole and sent back to prison on that.
In the attic, silencers for hand firearms, Nazi silencer patents, cocaine handbook. Great.
Some of us have cookbooks, some have cocaine books. We need to stand up for other people that have to hide in their homes at night, the children that are trying to grow up and walk to school and not be harassed. That's why I target in my career gangs, because they're the ones who are doing the most damage to children.
3 weeks later, Cobra is finally caught while drinking with another gang member.
Basically what the informant had told us. The reason that they threw the first bottle at me was I was near a large amount of cocaine that they had just brought in to start selling that night. So the whole purpose of that assault was to distract us from recovering all that cocaine.
Rivera has been subpoenaed to testify at Cobra's parole hearing.
They asked me questions as to what happened, and basically I give testimony as a witness. That's what I am. I'm a witness in this case. They found him in violation of parole for assaulting a police officer, associating with gang members, drunk in public. He got sentenced to 1 year straight time, so he has to do a full year in prison under revocation here. So he'll be out in the year. Same gang member in here will be able to. As a police officer, you come back and you say, well, you want to do your best. You realize that you're not going to save the world. You're only going to do your little part. And if everybody does their part, it does make a difference.
Cobra and his brother were sent back to prison for parole violations. They will be out again in a year.
Is your body telling you something? Well, there are more than 50 million Americans living with joint pain from aging, exercise, overuse, which means it could be affecting you or someone you love. The good news is you don't need to live in pain. Pain is manageable and it's controllable. That's why there's Omega XL, a powerful joint pain relief supplement. It's natural, it's drug-free, it's really small, easy to swallow. It has over 35 years of clinical research supporting it.
Omega XL is really in a class all its own. It has over 35 years of clinical research that show that it helps with joint pain and muscle soreness due to exercise, aging, and everyday activities. And it can even help respiratory health.
And Omega XL could change your life. Just ask anybody who uses it. The results are undeniable. These are real people that have had some real results.
My husband says there's a big difference. He wants to know, what did I take? Omega XL. My name is Helen, and I was an EMT for 20 years in New York City. We never knew what call we were going to get, but I was one of the first responders for the plane on the Hudson. The job was very tough, and it really put a burden on my body. I could not walk, not even half a block. My sister finally told me, try Omega XL. I ordered it, and now, last week, I walked 6 blocks. I was so proud of myself. It's been the best thing that I did, because it relieves a lot of pain. This product is the best thing. These tiny pills that you take will be a miracle for your body. You will remember what did it to you, and it was Omega XL.
Our investigation has shown us the truth on Omega XL. If you're in pain, I want you to know that there is real hope out there. I'm living proof. You've trusted me for the last 40 years. And if you're experiencing joint pain, I'm asking you to trust me now. I'm I'm taking Omega XL because it works for me. And if it didn't, I wouldn't be backing it.
Call now or order online to receive our special TV offer. When you buy one bottle, we'll give you a second bottle of Omega XL free. Order now and we'll also include a free bottle of Vitamin XL D3. 2 free bottles for the price of one bottle of Omega XL. That's more than 50% off a value of $115. You pay only $49.95 and it ships free. Plus, you get a money-back guarantee. So buy one bottle now and get 2 free bottles with this offer. Call or go online right now.
Try Omega XL and see the difference it can make in your life.
Order it. It's good for you.
Call now or order online to receive our special TV offer. Buy one, get 2 free. 2 bottles of Omega XL plus Vitamin XL D3 for only $49.95. Act now.
Coming up next on True Crime Network.
Friday morning, 9:30 a.m. Detective Marla LaBerge begins investigating a new case. A 15-year-old girl, Alma, runs away from home.
Contacted the mother, and she was really vague as to why her daughter ran away. She couldn't give any specific reason.
She reported her kid missing.
I've been in the department for 16 years. My mom worked for LAPD. Seeing police in a positive light, being exposed to them, seeing Jackie Brown, Christy Love, that sort of thing. I was like, well, I'd like to come in, kick some doors in, and have some fun too.
On this day, before heading out to interview the girl's mother, LaBerge has another role to prepare for.
And that's when these guys are going to walk in. You're going to start talking to the Thompson about...
She's been cast as a police sergeant in a movie that's shooting here at the West Hollywood Sheriff's Station.
You're going to pull her aside. That's what you're going to have this dialogue.
The type of work I do doesn't allow a lot of time for participating in this sort of thing, so it's really sporadic.
The detective is due back to shoot her scene later in the afternoon, but the case comes first.
What's your problem with having your child in the first place? Why would she want to leave?
The second time, all the time when my daughter lived from my house, we stayed with that lady. I don't like that lady. This is maybe 35 years old. It's no good friend for my daughter.
She was concerned because the daughter was spending a lot of time with a neighbor who was in her 30s, and she didn't feel it was appropriate.
Does your daughter have friends? Yes.
Make a list of who her friends are and the telephone numbers for me, because I want to be able to call them. If you know their addresses, get their addresses too. Can you do that? Okay. So the lady, what's her name? Nicole?
LaBerge wants to talk to Nicole, the girl's older friend. The girl's mom points out her apartment.
She hit the daughter with the belt on the back and left a big giant mark. That's why Alma left, because the mother was hitting her with the belt, threatening her. If she would just not threaten her with violence, I think she would come home.
What I want to do is talk to her and get her side of the story, okay?
She's going to tell you the truth, that the mother hit her with the belt.
Did she come here and visit you? Her mom's not here.
She has come, but I'm not here. See, the mother knows this already.
Okay, but you're going to wind up seeing her.
She has the key to my house.
Talk to her, okay, because she shouldn't be on the streets. Have her call me. I'm going to talk to her and find out exactly what's going on with her and with her family situation, and we'll work something out.
At the 15-year-old's apartment, her mother has made a list of her friends for the detective.
Have you called any of these numbers?
Yeah, but nobody knows.
Is this your first time reporting her missing?
No. The last year, in March last year, he's doing the same. 2 months ago, running away again, Miss Alma said he stayed there all the time.
Nicole, the neighbor, shows up.
Yes, what is Nicole? No, I came to get my daughter.
Oh, okay, I'll start talking to her. I understand you don't want her here.
I want my daughter. I want that light away to my family.
Your daughter's talking to her. She's not talking to you, and she's not talking to me. So your daughter's having some sort of dialogue, contact, communication with somebody. So you don't want to make it where Nicole says forget it, okay? Okay, Nicole says you hit Elma on the back of the belt.
One day I hear my daughter because he's too much. He tell me, Mom, can you give me permission to go City Walk? I say yes.
City Walk?
Yeah, City Walk. Okay. I tell my daddy, okay, go ahead. Have $20 to go. My daddy don't back. Don't come to sleep. Alma, don't go to school.
Okay, right now. Now look at this bill. They have it. How long?
No, this happened maybe She had ran away like a person before that. She went through.
She said this happened about 4 or 5 months ago.
She is totally lying. I put that on my grandma. Take a lie detector test.
Okay,
She was like,
I'm gonna talk to her. We're gonna work something out, okay?
okay.
Okay. But I don't believe for 1 second that that girl's not staying there when Nicole's there. But I'm not gonna argue with her about that because I want her to talk to Alma so we can get her back. You saw the lady's house, the way it's kept, the way she is. But the bottom line is she's bonding with that woman for some reason, and whatever the reason is, I don't know.
As soon as LaBerge gets back to the station, it's time to shoot her scene. She's quickly put through makeup.
Okay, are we ready? And lock it up, roll down.
Lock it up. No walking, no talking.
And action.
Was that who I thought it was? Was that Michael Brown? Yeah. I was somewhere and someone said, Marla, go over here. And they're filming. Go over here and try this chicken. So I did. I don't even eat chicken. And they said, what do you think about it? And I said, it's delicious. And I said, do you mind if we film you? I said, no. And they said, well, we might use you in a national commercial. So they called me back and said, yeah, we'd like to use you. And they filmed me. Got paid a whole lot of money. I was like, this is pretty cool.
Outstanding. That's good.
Once her scene is wrapped, LaBerge is done with her first 2 jobs for the day.
I'm going to pick up my daughter, Amber, from summer camp. I have to get her by 6 o'clock. Or else I'll get charged $1 a minute. I'm a single mom now. I was married to someone in the department. Did your dad see these today? I have a 7-year-old daughter. I like coming home to her. I'm happy to see her. It's the source of stability, calming. It's nice to have a child. We can't work long hours. That's an issue and a concern. Worrying about, am I spending enough time with my daughter? I'm going to do the best in each day, at each moment, at each time.
A week later, Alma, the 15-year-old runaway, returns home. LaBerge asks both mother and daughter to come to the station.
Maria, I'd like to speak to Alma by herself first. Sure. Okay. Have a seat here for me, okay? What made you decide to come home?
Just miss me now.
You miss being home? Okay, did you talk to Nicole before you went home?
Yeah.
Did Nicole tell you that I came out and that I wanted you to call me? Okay. You want to tell me what's going on with you and your mom?
We just had problems lately. My sister got married and I guess my mom, I don't know if she didn't want her to, and she said that it was my fault because the guy that my sister married was my friend.
I wanted to find out why people ran away. So you just left because of the argument that was going on with you and your mom. So you guys have talked about it?
But not really.
She's 15. It's a normal situation. The mother and daughter having a conflict, and in her case, she couldn't talk to her mother. There were issues and she couldn't talk to her. Now, there's some things that we have to address because I went out there and I talked to your mom and I talked to Nicole. Nicole told me that your mom hit you with a belt about 2 weeks ago. No? You didn't have any marks or bruises on your back? And I talked to your mom, and your mom said that she did hit you, but it was about 4 or 5 months ago. Is that true?
Yeah, I was allowed to. Yeah, I was about that.
Your mom's really for some reason upset with your being friends with Nicole. Because Nicole's a little older than you. And I can kind of understand your mom being concerned because she might think that Nicole might influence you to do things that somebody your age might not do. So is there anything that Nicole was doing around you that I should know about? What kind of things do you and Nicole do together? Why is she your friend?
We just really don't do anything. We just talk.
She listens to you? So that's why you're friends with her? That's reasonable. Okay. I'm gonna go get your mom and bring her in here. We're gonna talk about it together and see what we can do about this, okay? Let's get a chair over here for your mom.
When Alma's mother joins them, she sees things very differently.
I talked to her about what's kind of been going on. I guess you guys are having a disagreement about her other sister who got married.
About Jenny?
That's why she didn't want to be at home.
Oh.
Okay, so that's why she ran away.
My problem, real problem with Alma is, one thing is because don't go to school. You don't like go to school. And Nicole.
parents don't necessarily see what they need to do with the juvenile. So it's not just getting the missing runaway back, because if you don't sit and talk to them to some degree, they're just going to run away again. When school starts back in September, I want you to call me a month after school starts back. I want you to at least be able to tell me one or two things that are going on at school that you like. If you don't call me, I'm going to call you. If I can give them some sort of direction as far as getting help, if I can get them and the parents talking again, because a lot of times it's just simply that they're not communicating with each other. Did you give her a hug when she came home? Did you? Seriously? What if this, I mean, what if this is the last day you're going to see your child? Today is it. There's no more tomorrow. If you had a kid and she'd been gone for 2-3 weeks, what's the first thing you'd do? You'd want to hug them, right? She'd been gone all this time and she hadn't even hugged her yet. It's ridiculous.
I want to give a big hug to my daughter. They give me about time. I love you to give a hug. You love me to give a hug all the time.
She said,
Because
you
you
know,
know,
she said that she came home that she was missing her family. And you're sitting here crying, so your feelings up there, so you need to share that with her. Because she doesn't know how you're feeling, she's not a mind reader. I'm here to tell you that your daughter needs attention. Okay? She said it. That's why she talks to Nicole. Because Nicole was listening to her. Now, I understand that you're a working mother. I'm a working mother too.
Yeah.
But you really have to take the time. If you don't want her to turn to other people, you're going to have to take the time to be there for her and to listen to her. Okay? Are you feel comfortable at home with your mom? Okay, you can't do it. It's against the law. You're going to have to contact the Department of Children's Services. You're going to have to tell them about this happening, okay? I'm not
give
going
us
to
a hug.
go ahead, give them a hug.
No.
I care. Anything that we're involved in as human beings, we should be passionate. I sincerely mean it. Before you run away again, or if something is bothering you, feel free to call me, okay? I see my role as helping the parent get their child and to help them come to some understanding between the two of them so this doesn't happen again. I'll talk to you later.
Alma hasn't run away again and is attending high school.
You want to feel great about your skin? Get ready to go from this to this. Crepe Erase has been delivering life-changing results to women like you and me for a decade. 2 steps. This is the magic system.
Crepe Erase by the Body Firm is a revolutionary 2-step system clinically shown to instantly reduce the visible signs of crepey skin on your body.
In Hollywood, celebrities like Jane Seymour, Sarah Rafferty, and Kate Walsh rely on Crepe Erase to keep their skin looking smoother and younger.
What if you could love your skin again, starting today? I've trusted Crepe Erase for over a decade, and now I'm inviting you to see why it's America's #1 anti-aging body treatment system.
And today, to celebrate 10 years of proven transformations, listen to this. When you order the Crepe Erase system, you'll receive our exclusive skin revitalizing tool free.
I have been using Crepe Erase for years, and people ask me all the time, does that stuff really work? And I say, hell to the yes, it does.
With a decade of proven results, Crepe Erase has been trusted by over 2 million customers.
I was always so limited as to what I would buy, or I can't have a V-neck, the sleeve's got to go down to here, and now I can buy anything. I am ready to show off my skin.
Women trust Crepe Erase and have given it thousands of rave reviews.
I don't need to be in my 40s or my 50s. I am in my mid-60s, but I want to rock it the best I can.
Formulated with its proprietary True Firm complex, Crepe Erase helps restore elasticity to thin, crepey skin and revitalizes the skin's natural collagen, so your skin looks and feels like it did when it was younger.
I recommend Crepe Erase to my patients because I've seen it work. This is a system that actually delivers the results that it promises.
What's the secret? Crepe Erase's 2-step system is packed with ingredients that fight crepey skin. Start with our gentle body refining exfoliant, specially formulated for delicate skin and powered by a gentle blend of AHAs and BHAs. Dermatologists tested, it lifts away dry, dull layers, leaving skin refreshed and radiant. It's like a spa treatment in a bottle.
The texture is so silky and smooth. I use it daily. It repairs prepares my skin for step 2.
Step 2 is the ultimate skincare breakthrough, our luxurious body repair treatment. Infused with our exclusive TrueFirm technology, it works like magic to erase the look of crepey skin, leaving you with smoother, firmer, more youthful-looking skin that feels as incredible as it looks.
It's like whipped magic, and it has 12 super hydrators, and it locks in your skin's natural moisture barrier, helps protect it, hydrates for up to 72 hours. That's 3 days if I do my math right.
The Gregoire's two-step system is clinically shown to instantly reduce the look of crepey skin. And to celebrate our 10-year anniversary, be one of the first 500 to order and receive our latest breakthrough, Body Firm Skin Revitalizing Tool, a $129 value free, featuring the perfect trifecta of heat, vibration, and light therapy to promote more radiant, vibrant, and healthy-looking skin.
Oh, this is incredible. It stimulates your skin and amplifies the delivery of Gregoire, and it's free. That's right, free when you order today.
And it gets even better. Call in the next 3 minutes, and you'll also get the award-winning neck repair treatment. Formulated with our proprietary TrueFirm complex, peptides, and encapsulated retinol, this youth-enhancing blend is clinically shown to visibly lift, firm, and help improve the look of sagging skin on your neck.
It really does combine the key ingredients for better skin health all together in one system.
These two incredible bonuses are valued together at $178. Today, there are free gifts to you.
Okay, so here's the deal. That youthful, healthy-looking, gorgeous skin that you think you've lost, it's still there. It's waiting for you. Gregoire is how you get it back.
All of this, a $247 value, is already an incredible deal at $69.95. But smart shoppers who use promo code SAVE20 will get an additional $20 off. They'll pay just $49.95. That's a savings of 80%.
And shipping is free.
Every Body Firm order is backed by our 60-day money-back guarantee. So you will have 2 full months to see the results on your own skin.
Don't wait. Get the youthful, healthy-looking skin you deserve. You won't find this limited-time offer anywhere else, so don't miss out. Go to thebodyfirm.com, call, or scan the QR code to order now.
Whether you're in your 40s or 50s, or your 60s or beyond, Gregoire works.
Crime Lab secrets. Forensic breakthroughs. And the agents who cracked the cases. The FBI Files, only on True Crime Network.
Everyone thinks they're safe in paradise.
Sunshine Science. Next.
South America is filled with nature and history. Massive jungles, ancient ruins, plenty of reasons to bring the tourists in droves.
With so many tourists coming and going from Cusco, it's hard to keep track of everyone.
A young woman plans her dream trip, backpacking across South America. An athletic woman seeking adventure. She keeps in touch with her family back home the best she can while she's gone. But then the calls stop, and a mystery begins. Salazar Ayala is the eldest of 3 daughters born in Ecuador to parents Alexandra and Marcelo
on September 17, 1989. After living in South America for nearly a decade of Natalie's early life, her family moved from Ecuador. They travel halfway across the world and find a new home in Valencia, Spain.
Natalie is an adventurous person who loves to stay active. So much so that her fields of study in school are physical education and sports.
She even finds occasional work that fits into her skill set. For a time, she works as a zipline attendant, helping people enjoy the ride. Natalie spends most of her life living in Valencia, close to her family.
By the time she reaches her late 20s, she's not only going to school, but also working in a Valencia marketplace. However, someone as adventurous as Natalie can't be tied to one place for too long.
Natalie begins a plan to backpack across South America in the latter half of 2017.
Natalie's certainly excited about the prospect of exploring South America, and while her parents are excited too that she's going to see the place where the family's from, they're also a bit nervous about her traveling alone.
Natalie's plan will have her crossing the entirety of the continent of South America.
As far as backpacking tours go, this one would probably rate more on the extreme side of the scale. South America is a huge continent. The network of roads and villages is vastly different from one would expect to experience in Europe or North America. Not quite as well developed. So it's a very different proposition to backpack across this vast land, across all these different countries.
Natalie's plans really start to change when she arrives at the city of Cusco, Peru.
Cusco is a Peruvian city, sitting in the southeast of the country, and is the capital of the Cusco region. In 2017, Cusco is found to be the 7th most populated city in all of Peru, with just over 428,000 people. Not only that, it is a city known for its tourism.
From the indigenous ruins to the classical architecture, Cusco, Peru is a great place to go on vacation for history lovers. With so many tourists coming and going from Cusco, it's hard to keep track of everyone.
In April of 2016, a British tourist is considered missing in the Andes for 2 weeks. The search comes to an end only when the tourist is found to be dead. In September of 2017, a Canadian student similarly goes missing after a hike. As time goes on, he is never found, leading his family to believe that he could have been kidnapped.
When a person goes missing in a foreign country, you don't have all of their family and friends typically nearby to assist in the initial stages of your investigation. Reaching out over long distances and time zones can sometimes be problematic and an extra burden for the investigators. One of the avenues that police often pursue is following the money, let's say. Following credit card transactions or debit card transactions would give the police an indication as to where they've been and when they were at a specific location. Cell phones, on the other hand, are a little more sketchy because the phone may be on or off. Sometimes GPS tracking in certain locations isn't supported. So cell phones are kind of problematic at times. So while that evidence can be helpful, if your missing person isn't using them, they're of no value.
2017, Nathalie tells her family in Valencia of her plans to fly to Quito, Ecuador, where her backpacking trip is set to start.
It was a pretty emotional goodbye for the family because Natalie's going to be gone for months. It'll be months before they see their daughter again. However, they were still excited for her, but this was before they learned about the dangers that tourists face in these countries.
She travels about 9,000 kilometers, nearly a 14-hour flight, before she arrives at the start of her journey.
Natalie decides to start a trip in Ecuador, where her family's originally from, and make her way south.
Nathalie makes her way to Peru, where she sees the sights, like the terraces in Moray, the town of Maris in Peru's Sacred Valley, and explores Incan ruins.
Sometimes in these regions, the cell phone service isn't the best, so Natalie can't always reach out to her family. However, whenever she's able to make the call home, she does.
It is important when you're traveling, especially by yourself, to maintain some sort of connection with your supporters, your family members, or friends back home. It's also important for those people who care about you that are back home that may be worried that you're undertaking, a more risky adventure. They want that comfort knowing that they can get in touch with you and they can follow along where you're going.
One such time that Nathalie makes sure to call home and update her family is on New Year's Eve 2017. Nathalie starts off 2018 staying in a hostel in Cusco, Peru.
A hostel is typically a boarding house, could be large or low on the smaller side, contains a number of beds, obviously a communal space. Often there's a shared bathroom between multiple people. You may be sharing a room that has just a bed for you, but that bed is in conjunction with a number of other people who are also staying in that room. You may not know these people. You may be able to get a room where you and your friends can all stay together, but you may be sharing a room with complete strangers. Typically, the hostels appeal to single travelers, generally younger people.
At this point, Natalie's been traveling for a month and a half, which is a long time to be away from her family. While I'm sure there were probably moments where she was lonely, traveling by yourself is a great way to meet new people and make new friends.
Then comes the morning of January 2nd, 2018. Nathalie comes into the hostel's lobby. She exchanged some money into local currency and asked for directions.
This is a very typical moment for a traveler. She doesn't seem to be under any emotional distress or in trouble in any way.
The moment is captured on the hostel surveillance system. After a short time at the front desk, Nathalie walks away, leaving the view of the camera.
The hostel footage is the last confirmation of Natalie's location. She goes missing soon after, and this is where the tragedy begins.
They are trying to shut down this legal loophole to get 100 milligram generic Viagra or 20 milligram generic Cialis delivered to your door for just 87 cents in less than 2 minutes. Do this. First, scan the QR code to go to FridayPlansPromo.com. Then, you select if you need generic Viagra or Cialis, the quantity you need, and the dosage. I'll pick 100 milligrams, thank you very much, and then their system will see if you qualify. Give it a second to find the best deals, and boom. Look at that. 87 cents for each 100 milligram generic Viagra tablet. 20 milligrams Cialis is the same price. The prescription and shipping are free. Scan the QR code to go to FridayPlansPromo.com and see for yourself. Don't wait. Scan the QR code or go to FridayPlansPromo.com now. They are trying to shut down this legal loophole to get 100 milligram generic Viagra or 20 milligram generic Cialis delivered to your door for just 87 cents in less than 2 minutes. Do this. First, scan the QR code to go to FridayPlansPromo.com. Then, you select if you need generic Viagra or Cialis, the quantity you need, and the dosage. I'll pick 100 milligram, thank you very much, and then their system will see if you qualify. Give it a second to find the best deals, and boom. Look at that. 87 cents for each 100 milligram generic Viagra tablet. 20 milligram Cialis is the same price. The prescription and shipping are free. Scan the QR code to go to FridayPlansPromo.com and see for yourself. Don't wait. Scan the QR code or go to FridayPlansPromo.com now.
Who did you let down today? Your wife? Your kids? Well, how about yourself? Take a look in the mirror. If you're tired of your drug and alcohol problem, you need to fix the problem, and right now, before you hurt or kill yourself, or worse yet, somebody else. Call the addiction specialist now at the Reset Addiction Treatment Helpline. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We'll find you the right treatment regardless of your financial situation. When you call right now, you'll speak to a recovering addict who understands what you're going through right now. Let us help you break your addiction to drug and alcohol before it's too late. This call is completely confidential and free. So take 5 minutes of your time and call us right now. We're here answering the phone. I promise it'll change your life.
Call 800-795-7200. That's 800-795-7200. Again, 800-795-7200.
Crime happens every day in small towns and big cities across America. We're here to tell you about it. If you're a serious true crime addict and just can't get enough, The Daily Crime has you covered. The Daily Crime, an all-new podcast from Vault Studios.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now. He called you, but he doesn't have your number.
Are you or a loved one between the ages of 50 to 80 years old? If you are younger than 80 years old, do you receive Social Security, disability, or Medicare? If you answered yes, you may qualify for $30,000 in funeral insurance for only pennies a day. The average funeral costs around $11,000, and Social Security only pays $255, leaving your loved ones to pay the balance. Call now to see if you qualify for $30,000 in funeral expense coverage from Senior Legacy Life. Your rate will never increase, your benefits will never decrease, and there is no medical exam, even if you have a pre-existing disease or illness. Don't be a financial burden to your family. Lock in your rate by completing an application over the phone right now. Will you qualify for funeral insurance up to $30,000 for only pennies a day? Find out by calling Senior Legacy Life.
Call 1-800-300-3341 to speak with a licensed insurance agent. That's 1-800-300-3341.
Natalie Salazar Ayala lives in Valencia, Spain. She's a woman who loves adventure and keeping active, to the point that physical education and sports are her chosen fields of study. September 2017, Natalie begins a backpacking trip across South America, starting in Ecuador, her family's original home country. For nearly a month and a half, she explores the continent and the sights within. But on January 2nd, 2018, something changes. She is seen on surveillance footage at the Cusco hostel. This is the last definite sighting of Natalie.
Phone calls and connection from Natalie suddenly stops. And when you're back home, having no control over what's happening so far away, becomes quite disconcerting. They obviously try their best to get in touch with her, but they haven't had any luck.
Natalie called her parents on New Year's Eve, but sadly, they don't hear from her after that. So Natalie's parents are doing what parents tend to do, worry about their kids. They're fearing the worst at this point, and sadly, in this case, they're right.
While much of the case is well documented, what exactly kicks off the investigation remains unknown. The initial contact with authorities could have come from Natalie's family, or perhaps even a local. Either way, Natalie's lack of communication is being noticed.
So in this case, a missing persons investigation doesn't start until obviously someone reports them missing. And that's not necessarily easily known by the family. If the family's on the other side of the planet, how do they know when their loved one or friend has actually gone missing? Just because you don't have contact with them for a couple of days doesn't automatically mean they're a missing person.
What's making this even harder for Natalie's parents is the distance between them. Natalie is somewhere in South America, which is a huge continent, and they have no idea where she is or even where to start looking for her.
The first step in a missing persons investigation such as this is try and establish who saw them last and where, and move forward from there in a step-by-step fashion.
Authorities start at the most logical place, her hostel. For most travelers, the place they are staying is home base. When the search first begins, Natalie's parents remain in Spain.
All the parents can really do at this point is contact authorities in the last place Natalie was seen, Cusco, Peru.
So once you establish where the person was staying and who they last had contact with, you're also going to have outreach in the community to find out who your person interacts with on a semi-regular basis, at least in the community. So those can be vital resources in the early stages of any missing persons investigation.
Even though the police have no proof that a crime's been committed, Natalie is still reported missing, so they have to investigate it and take this very seriously.
The hostel worker tells the investigator that their security camera would have footage of Natalie's last day there. As the investigation proceeds, the police come to believe that on January 2nd, sometime after she is seen on the hostel surveillance, she winds up at a local zipline adventure. The zipline itself runs over a kilometer of the Sacred Valley. As it turns out, Napoli is discovered to have been at the Cusco zipline with two men, Luzgardo Hilco Amao and Henyor Hilca Hamat. All across Central and South America, ziplining operations are run in tourist-heavy areas. The impressive landscape, along with the relative low cost of setting up a business, make them a lucrative venture, especially in areas where there isn't a lot of oversight or control from the government.
When police reach the place where Natalie ziplined, the case takes a turn. They realize now it's not a missing persons case, it's a homicide. And the last men who ziplined with her, they're not witnesses anymore, they're suspects.
Both Henyor and Luzgardo are arrested for the murder of Natalie, but there is still a hole in the case. Even with the arrest of the two men, Natalie's body has yet to be found.
If joint pain from aging is slowing you down, Omega XL can help you get back in the saddle, just like it did for John Walsh.
Today I'm here at my ranch exercising some of my polo ponies. Gotta be really fit to ride these horses. So as you get older, it gets tougher. I was starting to suffer some of that business. And then I ran into somebody who said, look, you should try Omega XL. And look what it's done. I feel better than I felt in the last 30 years.
I'm Reve Walsh. I'm John Walsh's wife. I ride fox hunters, and sometimes I'm in the saddle for 3 to 5 hours at a time. A lot of work out here.
I wouldn't have been able to do this. Muck a stall, throw hay, do all the things that needs to be done on a ranch a couple years ago. But Omega XL gave me the ability to get back in the saddle. It works great.
Once you try it, you don't want to be without it. It makes a huge difference.
It does. Take it every single day. And you know, there's a benefit. It's made you a lot nicer to me.
If you've been living with pain, it's time to get this special offer, Omega XL, the joint health supplement that millions have trusted for more than 20 years. Omega XL, it's sourced from the green lip mussel, exclusively found in the pristine waters of New Zealand, some of the cleanest waters on Earth. Omega XL, it's natural, drug-free, and it's backed by more than 40 years of clinical research that show it really works. Call now or order online at omegaxl.com/John Walsh to receive our special TV offer. When you buy one bottle, we'll give you a second bottle free. That's buy one, get one Omega XL free. Order now and we'll also include a free bottle of Vitamin XL D3 with your first order. That's 2 free bottles for the price of just one bottle of Omega XL. That's more than 50% off a value of $115. You pay only $49.95 and it ships free. Plus our offer comes with a money-back guarantee.
Try it. You got nothing to lose.
Call or go to omegaxl.com/John Walsh now.
Think of all the places that could expose you to identity theft and financial loss. It only takes one mistake at your bank, hospital, or employer for a criminal to gain access to your personal information. And if they do, you and your money are at risk.
I thought I'd be the last person on earth this would happen to.
It was devastating. $110,000 of my hard-earned money gone.
1 in 3 U.S. consumers have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk your financial future? With LifeLock, if your identity is compromised, we'll step in and fix it so you don't have to. Guaranteed. Our dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialists handle your case from start to finish. They contact institutions on your behalf, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support, far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
The bank didn't help me. The police department didn't help me. It was LifeLock who had my back on all this.
It was handled and taken care of. I didn't have to do anything.
In fact, we're so confident that restoration is guaranteed. Plus, LifeLock offers the $1 Million Protection Package with reimbursement up to $1 million for stolen funds, experts and lawyers, and out-of-pocket expenses up to $3 million in total.
When I opened my mail and I had a check from LifeLock, I just started crying. They made me whole.
Act now to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Your membership includes identity monitoring and alerts, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist, and the LifeLock $1 Million Protection Package. Don't face identity theft alone. Protect your future and finances with LifeLock, the leader in identity theft protection. 622-86. Or visit lifelock.com/get35 to get 35% off your first year.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance, plus stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the deluxe bundle. Get the faster motor or 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Cusco is a city in the southeast of Peru. It is a city known for tourism, especially because of its relation to history between the ruin and the classical architecture that can be found in and around it. Nathalie Salazar Ayala comes to Cusco during a trip when she plans to backpack across the entirety of South America. On January 2nd, 2018, Nathalie is seen on surveillance footage in the lobby of the hostel where she is staying. But as time passes, no one hears from her again. What begins as a missing persons case morphs into a murder investigation. Two men believed to be responsible are arrested for the crime. But even with the arrest, even with the idea that she could be dead, the question still remains. Where is Nathalie?
Even after the two men were arrested on murder charges, the police still have a lot of holes they need to fill in the case.
When brought into custody, Gregoire and Luzgardo are split into separate rooms and questioned individually.
When you have two suspects that may have worked together to commit a crime, it's very normal for the police to separate those two individuals for a very important reason. The police want them to commit to an initial recount of events separately rather than together. There's always the fear that even prior to the police arriving, the two suspects may collude to coming up with a standardized story for the police so that their stories match up. However, that in reality rarely ever works. If you were to interview two suspects in the same room at the same time, as one person is listening to the other person's recount of events, it may have an unconscious effect or bias on the other person, whereby when they provide their independent version of events, it's been tainted by listening to the previous suspect testify.
Separating the two appears to pay off because the two have very different accounts of what happened to Natalie.
Gregoire explains that Nathalie died on the zip line, hitting her head on a pole so hard that it killed her. Luzgardo, on the other hand, claims that Gregoire climbed up to the zip line, causing the cable to give way and Nathalie to fall.
Falling from a zip line could really cause a lot of injuries. You could break your neck, get unbroken limbs, internal injuries, and who knows what you might land on. There's no end to things that can happen when you fall from that height.
While each man claims that it was an accident, they blame each other.
feared the repercussions that would come if anyone found out.
They claim they didn't tell anyone because they were afraid of being blamed for what they say is an accident. But then they stole from her afterwards, and that isn't really the action of an innocent person.
The line of questioning eventually moved from what happened to Natalie to where the two men have hidden her body.
It's important, if you're the interrogator, to ensure that the person you are interviewing is relaxed. They feel comfortable with you and they don't feel threatened by you. That way, they're more likely to dig down deep and tell you what really.
The men both claim that Natalie is moved to the water, close by a high voltage tower. They throw her in hopes that any proof they may have committed a crime will disappear.
Dropping a murder victim in a rapidly flowing river is quite effective in making evidence disappear. Not only is the warm water prone to making flesh more soggy, increasing the rate of decomposition, everything along the path of that river does the same. Rocks, driftwood, plants, animals, the flow of the water itself, and the fact that that body can be dragged for miles downstream can really leave a forensic team in the dark. You don't know what areas to search, how far that body's traveled, and where it came from. Also, when a body ends up in a river, it can get trapped under debris, a tree at the side, rocks, anything like that, and it can be held under for a long period of time, then re-emerge months later.
The guys have Natalie's phone, which is a valuable piece of evidence. Unfortunately, it's smashed and unusable, so it's going to be very difficult for the police to pull information from it.
According to the two men, sometime after Natalie's death, her cell phone starts to ring. After this happens more than once, they decide they need to do something about it.
The men did smash the phone after it kept ringing, so they couldn't be tracked. But why they kept it at all is a bit of a mystery.
But though the phone is smashed, it may still be of use. The Cusco police ship the broken device to Spain, where they will attempt to reconstruct it and recover any possible evidence it may still contain.
Since the guys aren't talking anymore, the questioning comes to an end. The investigators' big hope now is to pull some valuable information from that cell phone.
It is determined that the police have enough to send Haynor and Luzgardo to trial. But before that can happen, the two of them are ordered by the Second Criminal Chamber of Cusco to pretrial detention, while police seek out Natalie's remains. While the police are getting all the information they can from Haynor and Luzgardo, Natalie's parents are trying to make their way to Peru themselves.
It's an expensive trip to get to South America, let alone staying there, and the parents weren't prepared to pay this. They tried crowdfunding, and while they don't hit their goal, they get pretty close.
By late January, Natalie's parents are able to make their way to Cusco and help the police search for their daughter.
We have 2 men arrested, but we still don't have a body, so there's lots of questions in this case. Now the family is arriving to join the search. Will there be any answers for them?
CBS doesn't want you to know about this new hack to get 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra for $7 in less than 2 minutes. When I first heard about it, I thought, it has to be a scam. But after my failures in bed, I kept thinking, I need to fix this. I can't keep living like this and disappointing my wife. That's when I looked into Friday plans. CVS charged over $45 a pill. 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra sent me back $406. Walgreens charged me $417 for the same 9 tablets, or $46 per pill. I was sick and tired of those insane prices. So, yeah, I gave Friday plans a shot. They offer the same 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra for $7. The prescription is free, and the shipping is free as well. Even the 20 milligram generic Cialis is the same price. I was skeptical, thinking, all right, where's the hidden charge? But there wasn't one. It all took me about 2 minutes. No phone calls, no doctor visits. It was all so easy. I just answered a few medical questions, and within hours, their doctor approved a free prescription, just like they promised. 3 days later, a discreet package landed at my door. 9 individually wrapped 100 milligram tablets of generic Viagra, all for $7. Holding it, I thought, wow, they really delivered on this. It's as simple as they claim. You can claim this deal by scanning the QR code or going to realfridayplans.com. That night, I tried one. Within 30 minutes, I knew Friday Plans is the real thing. I feel 20 years younger. My wife won't stop smiling. She called me a whole new man. I've been seeing Friday Plans everywhere. It's going viral on Facebook and has a solid 4.7 stars on Trustpilot with impressive feedback. Don't miss out. Get your free prescription by scanning the QR code or going to realfridayplans.com. It takes 2 minutes, and it's going to be the best $7 you've ever spent. Try it out yourself while you still can. Scan the QR code or go to realfridayplans.com.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe. Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one is laborious. It's strenuous. It's stupefying. That's why you need to call the number on your screen now. You'll be connected to a legal expert. You got questions? They got answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the parlance, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much your case could be worth. 300,000, 2 million, 86,491. All sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get money, I don't get money. So I compel you, I impel you, and implore you to pick up that phone and make that call now to see what your case could be worth.
Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation.
800-608-4022.
They thought they got away, but time had other plans. New science, new clues, and new witnesses turn cold cases into justice. Finally caught, only on True Crime Network.
During a day of ziplining, Natalie Salazar has disappeared. Her parents, Marcello and Alexander, have made their way from their home in Spain to Cusco, Peru, in order to help police with the investigation to find the body of their daughter. The 2 lead suspects have been arrested. And while their interrogation did provide some answers, they have now stopped cooperating. Natalie's phone has been recovered, but it was extensively damaged. In the hope of pulling any evidence from the phone, authorities have decided to send it back to Spain. The search for Natalie's body continues to comb through the jungles around Cusco. There is special focus put on the Vilcanota-Uramba River, where it is believed she had been dumped.
The searchers have very little to go on when they begin to look for Natalie. All they have is the word of the 2 men who've been charged with her murder, and obviously those guys have a reason to lie. Once police get to the area where Natalie ziplined, they realize it's no longer a missing persons case, but is it a homicide?
parents are unsuccessful in finding their daughter while they're able to stay in Peru. But it is not the last time they will try. The family continues to fly back and forth between their home and Peru whenever they are able, in order to continue the search. Alongside their own efforts, a $10,000 reward is offered to anyone who finds Natalie.
The search party continues to look along the river for any signs that Natalie might have been dumped there. They might be finding things like clothing, shoes, helmet, anything on her person that would come to the surface, but it's not looking good.
Even a significant reward doesn't encourage people to come forward. If someone does know where Natalie's body is, they're staying quiet.
As search parties continue to lack results, the hunt extends into the lives of Peña and Musgardo. The authorities look for any evidence that will lead to Natalie's remains, or potentially even prove their story false. While searching one of their homes, Natalie's possessions, including her selfie stick, are discovered. The police return to the zipline to question one of the owners, but end up learning far more than they expected.
The owner of the zip line says Natalie wasn't even supposed to be there that day. She didn't have a reservation on the day she supposedly went missing. Even worse, one of the men who claimed to be an employee and helped Natalie with her zip line didn't even work there.
Peña is said to be a local taxi driver with no connection to the zip line. Between this and the fact that Natalie did not have a reservation, the owner claims that if Natalie was there at all, any experience she was promised had no connection to the company.
A month after Natalie is believed to have died on the zip line, the company is ordered to shut down, but they stay open.
After the company refuses to shut down, two more people die at the same zip line on April 4th, 2018. This time is another tourist, as well as one of the employees. Both fall to their death. With two more deaths after the company refuses in order to shut down, the city is given no choice. Both of the owners of the zip line are arrested and put on trial for homicide charges for their negligence in hope of preventing any more deaths coming from their attraction.
The credibility of the zip line company has really been called into question now. Can we trust anything that they've told police? Did Natalie really not have a reservation that day? And what about Peña? Maybe he worked there all along.
The actions of the zipline company isn't the only thing causing the facts of the case to come into question. After so long searching without results, a new theory forms that maybe Natalie isn't dead at all. Natalie's mother goes to the area that her daughter was last seen.
Natalie's mother goes to a small town near Cusco to see if anyone remembers seeing her daughter. She actually does find one person who remembers seeing Natalie. However, this person claims to have seen Natalie hours after Natalie supposedly died. If this is true, this means everything that's been told to the police so far is called into question.
Meanwhile, back in Spain, repairs on Natalie's cell phone finally begin to show results. The SIM card is intact enough that they are able to mine it for information about the phone's usage before Natalie is believed to have died, or potentially thereafter. The authorities discover that Natalie was supposedly on her phone talking to a friend until 6:15 p.m. on January 2nd. But the time they have approximated her death is to 1:30 p.m.
This is startling new information. Natalie was alive to make that phone call, what really happened to her? The men obviously lied. What do they know about where she is?
On December 12, 2018, another female tourist, Carla Valpios, goes missing without a trace.
Carla's in Peru for a wedding. She's from Detroit and she's no stranger to traveling. She's traveled the world going to places like Egypt, Yemen, and Indonesia. After the wedding's done, she decides to explore Peru and do some sightseeing.
Carla eventually misses her flight back home, leading to worry from her family and friends. As hard as they search, she is never found. Could this be connected to what happened with Natalie?
These two men have already admitted to being involved in Natalie's death. They've already been charged with her murder. So why do they keep lying? What is so terrible that they don't want people to find out?
If joint pain from aging is slowing you down, Omega XL can help you get back in the saddle, just like it did for John Walsh.
Today I'm here at my ranch exercising some of my polo ponies. Gotta be really fit to ride these horses. So as you get older, it gets tougher. I was starting to suffer some of that business. And then I ran into somebody who said, look, you should try Omega XL. And look what it's done. I feel better than I felt in the last 30 years.
I'm Revae Walsh. I'm John Walsh's wife. I ride fox hunters, and sometimes I'm in the saddle for 3-5 hours at a time. A lot of work out here.
I wouldn't have been able to do this. Muck a stall, throw hay, do all the things that need to be done on a ranch a couple years ago. But Omega XL gave me the ability to get back in the saddle. It works great.
Once you try it, you don't want to be without it. Makes a huge difference.
It does. Take it every single day. And you know, there's a benefit. It's made you a lot nicer.
If you've been living with pain, it's time to get this special offer, Omega XL, the joint health supplement that millions have trusted for more than 20 years. Omega XL, it's sourced from the green lip mussel, exclusively found in the pristine waters of New Zealand, some of the cleanest waters on Earth. Omega XL, it's natural, drug-free, and it's backed by more than 40 years of clinical research that show it really works. Call now or order online at omegaxl.com/John Walsh to receive our special TV offer. When you buy one bottle, we'll give you a second bottle free. That's buy one, get one Omega XL free. Order now and we'll also include a free bottle of Vitamin XL D3 with your first order. That's 2 free bottles for the price of just one bottle of Omega XL. That's more than 50% off a value of $115. You pay only $49.95 and it ships free. Plus our offer comes with a money-back guarantee.
Try it. You got nothing to lose.
Call or go to omegaxl.com/John Walsh now.
Are you or a loved one between the ages of 50 to 80 years old? If you are younger than 80 years old, do you receive Social Security, Disability, or Medicare? If you answered yes, you may qualify for $30,000 in funeral insurance for only pennies a day. The average funeral costs around $11,000, and Social Security only pays $255, leaving your loved ones to pay the balance. Call now to see if you qualify for $30,000 in funeral expense coverage from Senior Legacy Life. Your rate will never increase, your benefits will never decrease, and there is no medical exam, even if you have a pre-existing disease or illness. Don't be a financial burden to your family. Lock in your rate by completing an application over the phone right now. Will you qualify for funeral insurance up to $30,000 for only pennies a day? Find out by calling Senior Legacy Life.
Call 1-800-300-3341 to speak with a licensed insurance agent. That's 1-800-300-3341.
Hi folks, and welcome back to the Legal Help Center, where we have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and give you a free consultation. I'm Gina Bellich, and I'm here with spokesman Rob Reese, and you can reach us by calling the number right on your screen. You can also email us at help@legalhelpcenter.com, or you can go ahead and just visit legalhelpcenter.com and submit a question there. So if you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, we have legal professionals available to answer your questions and let you know what your case is potentially worth. All right, Rob, let's let everyone at home know why they should be calling right now.
Anyone who's been injured in an accident was not your fault and you do not have an attorney, you need to give us a call right now because we're going to answer all of your questions. We'll let you know how much your case is potentially worth. You know, after you've been injured in an accident, it's a very scary and overwhelming time. You probably have a lot of questions. That's why the legal team is available to you today to answer your questions, to let you know how much money you can get for your accident. So don't go it alone.
It's great to see so many people getting the help they need. So Rob, let's also talk about the fact that the phones have been ringing off the hook. What kind of calls have you been seeing?
Gina, we're seeing calls from all kinds of accidents today, from car accidents to slip and falls. We've had a couple of work accidents, truck accidents, and a couple of motorcycle accidents as well. And those can be extremely scary. Those are typically very serious in nature. But the most common by far has been car accidents. So I encourage everyone watching at home, if you've been injured in an accident or someone you know has been injured in an accident that was not their fault, if you don't have an attorney, give us a call right now. We're going to take the time to answer all of your questions with a free consultation and let you know how much your case is potentially worth.
Nathalie Salazar Ayala says goodbye to her family to take a trip of a lifetime where she plans to backpack across all of South America. Little do anyone know, it would be the last time she ever sees her family. When Nathalie goes missing, an investigation leads the police to Reinior Hilco Haman and Luzgardo Hilco Amal. The two men are arrested and when questioned, tell stories of how Nathalie died, and they throw her body in a river to keep from taking the blame. Nathalie's body is searched for, but never found, leading to looking for her in other places. Witnesses claim to have seen her in a nearby town hours after her death. Could something even more devastating be going on? 1 year after Nathalie's disappearance, her family are forced to put an end to their regular trips to search out their daughter. Alexandra's health is such that it just isn't possible for her anymore.
Even with Natalie still missing and all these questions about what happened to her, even though we know the two men lied, their trial still goes forward.
In April 2020, Reinior and Luzgardo finally go on trial for their involvement in Natalie's alleged death. Ultimately, the two men are found guilty of wrongful death, aggravated theft, and cover-up. The prosecutor requests 6 years and 9 months for Reinior and 6 years and 8 months for Luzgardo. However, the judge instead sentences them both to 11 years and 4 months in prison.
Even though the two men have been convicted and are in jail, there's still no real justice for Natalie's family because they'll never get to know what happened to their daughter.
The news reaches Spain, and Nathalie's family are told about the trial's results.
Her family doesn't agree with the sentence. They don't think the men should have been charged with wrongful death. They think it should have been intentional homicide.
My experience from observing the outcomes of these types of cases, that the family's not happy with the sentencing. Even as an investigator, a lot of times we're not happy with the sentencing. But that is the way the justice system operates. It operates within a given framework, and judges are not allowed to exceed maximum sentences. And you'll never get justice for a family that's lost a loved one. What can replace that? Is there anything?
There are those who still believe that the crimes committed by the two men are not what they ended up standing trial for. One theory suggests that Nathalie was taken by the men and held captive. She could still be alive and perhaps has been sold into slavery.
fate that would be worse than death.
There are still some who believe that Natalie may be alive to this day, but there's no evidence to back that up.
While other people have gone missing around Peru within a short time period around Natalie's apparent death, there is no evidence to point to any definite connection. On October 2nd, 2021, Cusco is added to a travel advisory list. This list asks Americans not to travel to Cusco because of the high risk of crime and the dangers that have been faced by tourists in the area.
Everyone thinks they're safe in paradise.
Sunshine slangs. Next.
Friends take off for a dream vacation tour of South America. And after living that dream,
Two of the women decide to holiday just a little bit longer.
a robbery at their hostel makes them reconsider their plans.
It's then they seem to fall off the grid.
Authorities scramble to find the missing women. But they may have already seen their last sunset.
These women had a dream, and it's become a waking nightmare.
Montanita, or Little Hill, is a small coastal town in Ecuador, planted on the country's Santa Elena Peninsula. Once a humble fishing village, it lies about 180 kilometers northwest of Guayaquil, Ecuador's main port. Just 1 degree from the equator, it's a hot and tropical location that attracts visitors from around the world. Montanita emerges in the public imagination as coupled with the hippie movement of the 1960s, when many foreign nationals pitch a tent on the beach of Ecuador's south coast and decide to never leave. As its notoriety slowly spreads, Montanita earns a spot on the international surfing circuit thanks to dependable and robust waves that can get as high as 2 meters January through March. multicultural meeting place. Unlike the rest of Ecuador, which tends to be conservative, differences are celebrated in Montevideo. Same-sex couples welcome, and the city promotes tolerance and acceptance.
Tourists love this little Amsterdam, where drugs are illegal but tolerated in small doses. They can either party all night or simply mellow out on the beach.
Marina Menegazo, age 21, is the fifth born of 6 siblings. She studies speech therapy at Aconcagua University in Argentina. Maria Jose Cohen, age 22, studies economics at the National University of Cusco in Argentina.
These two women are best friends. They live in the city of Mendoza, Argentina.
For the last 2 years, they volunteer together Sunday nights at the Puente Foundation, feeding the homeless.
They've been working hard and they've been planning to give themselves a big reward. Backpacking trip around South America.
Early January 2016. Maria and Marina are with a third friend, preparing to leave Argentina for a South American dream backpacking vacation.
Maria Jose has traveled abroad twice in her lifetime. Once when she was 15 on a school trip to Brazil and later to Chile. But this will be the first time she's traveled as an adult using her own money. That's a big deal for her.
The 3 friends head out, ready to take on the world. It's the realization of a dream. The women are all close with their families, who bid them a fond farewell.
They make a promise to stay in touch with their family while they're away.
Understandably, the parents are a little nervous about the girls taking off on such a trip on their own. The way they'll travel, there are potential dangers, and they're worried about that. But these girls are smart, and they're capable, and they've shown that they can handle themselves, and ultimately they'll look out for each other.
It's a whirlwind tour. They go to many places in a short amount of time.
The 3 friends crisscross throughout Ecuador to ensure that they are getting the most varied experience possible. It's a trip that's planned and taken with the energy of youth and excitement.
Throughout their journey, they're posting regularly from wherever they are to their Instagram feeds, and the people back home are following along with them as they travel. They've done it. They're living the dream vacation that they planned and saved for.
Their posts get a lot of likes. And for their families, seeing them on social media all the time is a way for them to feel like they're along for the ride. They're getting to see the ins and outs and the daily adventures of these women on vacation.
But their time rapidly comes to an end.
One of the women's schedules is such that she has to leave and go back to Mendoza on February 10th. But Marina and Marie Jose are able to squeeze in a little more holiday time.
The 2 friends decide to return to Montevideo before going to visit a friend in Lima, Peru.
The The big trip is in its final stages.
They're excited to return to Montenegro, which was a particular favorite with its friendly, hippie vibe. They post a number of charming Instagram pictures of themselves.
Of drinking local coffee, playing with the kids, and of course hanging out on that beautiful, famous beach.
On February 22nd, they contact their families to report where they'll be going next.
That day, they plan to travel from Ecuador to Lima, Peru.
The two friends will travel to Lima to stay at a friend's house. While they're there, they'll be able to contact their parents and let them know they're all right.
But as so often happens when traveling, not all goes to plan. The women get robbed at their hostel.
But it could be worse. They have to change their plans now. But at least the people there are very friendly and they still do have a credit card.
They consider the possibility of hitchhiking to Lima instead of paying for their journey.
But they check out of the hostel as planned. Despite the robbery, the women take the time to appreciate the gorgeous sunset.
Now, these are extremely capable young people. They've worked at a crisis center for a couple of years, and they've learned to deal with really difficult situations. So they're able to sort of put it in perspective and just keep enjoying their time.
They take a selfie together and post it to social media.
They write the caption, "Life gave us one last green sunset." The women pool their remaining cash and go out to eat and drink and finalize their next steps.
Hitchhiking to Lima, Peru would be a complicated undertaking and really wouldn't be the safest choice for them.
They're nearing the end of their journey, so we can imagine they're probably exhausted, ready to go home. And of course the robbery is probably weighing on their minds.
Their latest social media post of the spectacular sunset gains likes from their friends, family, and followers.
Their social media caption on their last post was, "Life gave us one last dream sunset." If only they'd known how true that was.
Tragically, it has been Marina and Maria Jose's very last sunset.
Hi, folks, and welcome back to the Legal Help Center, where we have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and give you a free consultation. I'm Gina Bellich, and I'm here with spokesman Rob Reese, and you can reach us by calling the number right on your screen. You can also email us at help@legalhelpcenter.com, or you can go ahead and just visit legalhelpcenter.com and submit a question there. So if you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, we have legal professionals available to answer your questions and let you know what your case is potentially worth. All right, Rob, let's let everyone at home know why they should be calling right now.
Anyone who's been injured in an accident, it was not your fault, and you do not have an attorney, you need to give us a call right now because we're going to answer all of your questions. We'll let you know how much your case is potentially worth. You know, after you've been injured in an accident, it's a very scary and overwhelming time. You probably have a lot of questions. That's why the legal team is available to you today to answer your questions, to let you know how much money you can get for your accident. So don't go it alone.
It's great to see so many people getting the help they need. So, Rob, let's also talk about the fact that the phones have been ringing off the hook. What kind of calls have you been seeing?
Gina, we're seeing calls from all kinds of accidents today, from car accidents to slip and falls. We've had a couple of work accidents,
truck accidents and a couple of motorcycle accidents as well. And those can be extremely scary. Those are typically very serious in nature. But the most common by far has been car accidents. So I encourage everyone watching at home, if you've been injured in an accident or someone you know has been injured in an accident that was not their fault, if you don't have an attorney, give us a call right now. We're going to take the time to answer all of your questions with a free consultation and let you know how much your case is potentially worth.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now. He called you, but he doesn't have your number.
We see cases where families lose everything in fires. Too often, victims believe it was their fault, when in reality, the fire happened because a smoke detector failed or a landlord cut corners. Morgan & Morgan has recovered over $25 billion across all types of cases. With more than 1,000 lawyers, we're here 24/7. If you or someone you love was hurt or burned in a fire, call Morgan & Morgan.
Call 800-357-0066. Call now.
If joint pain from aging is slowing you down, Omega XL can help you get back in the saddle, just like it did for John Walsh.
Today I'm here at my ranch exercising some of my polo ponies. Got to be really fit to ride these horses. So as you get older, it gets tougher. I was starting to suffer some of that business. And then I ran into somebody who said, look, you should try Omega XL. And look what it's done. I feel better than I felt in the last 30 years.
I'm Reve Walsh. I'm John Walsh's wife. I ride fox hunters, and sometimes I'm in the saddle for 3-5 hours at a time. A lot of work out here.
I wouldn't have been able to do this. Muck a stall, throw hay, do all the things that needs to be done on a ranch a couple years ago. But Omega XL gave me the ability to get back in the saddle. It works great.
Once you try it, you don't want to be without it. It makes a huge difference.
It does. Take it every single day. And you know, there's a benefit. It's made you a lot nicer.
If you've been living with pain, it's time to get this special offer, Omega XL, the joint health supplement that millions have trusted for more than 20 years. Omega XL, it's sourced from the green lip mussel, exclusively found in the pristine waters of New Zealand, some of the cleanest waters on Earth. Omega XL, it's natural, drug-free, and it's backed by more than 40 years of clinical research that show it really works. Call now or order online at omegaxl.com/John Walsh to receive our special TV offer. When you buy one bottle, we'll give you a second bottle free. That's buy one, get one Omega XL free. Order now and we'll also include a free bottle of Vitamin XL D3 with your first order. That's 2 free bottles for the price of just one bottle of Omega XL. That's more than 50% off a value of $115. You pay only $49.95 and it ships free. Plus our offer comes with a money-back guarantee.
Try it. You got nothing to lose.
Call or go to omegaxl.com/John Walsh now.
Marina Menegazo and Maria Jose Coni leave their hometown with one additional friend to go on a dream backpacking trip across South America, hitting numerous destinations and making frequent social media posts that are liked by their many friends and followers. It gets to the point in the trip where the friend who accompanied Marina and Maria has to head home. Marina and Maria decide to carry on. With a few extra days left, it's the perfect chance to return to a favorite spot before carrying on to another country. But their last social media post from Montanita, Ecuador states, "Life gave us one last dream sunset." And these words become eerily prophetic.
The friends are wondering why the two women didn't show up to stay with them in Lima. And they're not the only ones who are concerned.
Marina and Maria Jose's parents and friends have lost track of them, and they're unsure where they are. They're either in Lima, Peru, or somewhere in Ecuador, but they don't know.
Late on February 26, 22nd or early on February 23rd, their parents report them missing in Argentina.
The missing persons report is passed on from Argentina to the Ecuadorian Ministry of Internal Affairs and Investigations.
An investigation is launched. The ministry assures the parents that they're on the job. Family tries to learn if the women crossed any of the three borders or if they took an international plane.
But the airline won't release any information unless they're compelled to do so legally.
The families acted fast. There's still a lot of room to think positive and have hope. There's many different reasons why these travel plans could have been derailed. Even the robbery that happened in the hostel could have thrown the timing off. The cheapest way to get from Montanita to Lima is a bus that takes about a day. Of course, they could have gotten there quicker by plane, but that would have been a lot more expensive. And after the robbery, they probably were trying to conserve their cash as much as possible.
From Lima, after they visit friends, they're slated to take the international flight by Sky Airlines, February 25th, to Santiago, Chile.
Their plan was to take a bus from Santiago to Mendoza and arrive home on the 26th. That was the plan, at least.
The women have pre-purchased many of their tickets, but the family are able to discover that the ticket from Santiago to Mendoza has not yet been purchased.
This is peculiar because generally they pre-booked all their tickets. They have their trip very well planned out. The family have an added complication because they know the girls were tossing around the idea of hitchhiking.
They fear that if the women embark on the hitchhiking scheme, the stretch became complicated, confusing, or potentially dangerous.
The young women have warned family and friends that during this leg of the journey, they may well be without cell phone signal.
Hitchhiking is inherently dangerous, and it's rare these days that solo female travelers will hitchhike. But there is a chance that maybe their packs just got too heavy or they were exhausted and they took that option. Or they could have stopped for a rest somewhere off the grid where there is no cell coverage.
Of course, they may still be in Montanita and just haven't got back to their family yet. That's very frustrating because there are so many deviations from what the original plan was supposed to be that it's very difficult for the family to have to wait.
But what they do know, Marina's credit card hasn't been used, and there have been no holiday pictures posted to social media since the last photo of the sunset on February 22nd. Police investigate the hostel robbery, but there are no leads.
It looks like the typical crime of opportunity, just petty thievery. A bag is sitting there unattended and someone just grabbed what they could and ran.
All that police can discover is that on February 22nd at 2 p.m., the women checked out of the Montanita hostel where they were staying.
After that, there's nothing. No trace of them at all.
The family starts a social media campaign that crosses all international South American borders.
Friends of the women have created more posts and pages trying to find more information about the women, trying to find out if anyone has seen them or there's anything that can help find them.
Their case gains media attention in several countries, including Argentina, Ecuador, Uruguay, Mexico, and many more places. People are concerned, worried, and the family is assured that the police forces are investigating.
They're told that all of Ecuador is standing with them.
But unfortunately, as what often happens on social media, the comments start to turn ugly, start to blame the women for being where they were and for taking this vacation in the first place, as if the women shouldn't have been able to travel on their own.
In a crisis, the parents are facing attacks online for allowing their adult daughters to go on vacation, for giving their adult daughters too much freedom.
But the bright side to all this debate is it's getting more attention placed on these women's disappearance. More people are sharing the post, more people are talking about it, and of course that boosts the algorithm.
The police searched all the areas in and around Montanita for the missing women. 6 days later, on February 26, 2016, Juan Perez Castro is walking home from work on a route near a grassy area, just away from the beach.
It's the very spot where the women's final social media photos were taken.
He finds something very strange in his path.
What he finds is almost too vile to comprehend. He runs to get the authorities.
Looks like this mystery of where the women are is about to become a tragedy.
It's not the result that everyone's praying for.
Think of all the places that can expose you to identity theft and financial loss. It only takes one mistake at your bank, hospital, or employer for a criminal to gain access to your personal information. And if they do, you and your money are at risk.
I thought I'd be the last person on earth this would happen to.
It was devastating. $110,000 of my hard-earned money gone.
1 in 3 U.S. consumers have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk your financial future? With LifeLock, if your identity is compromised, we'll step in and fix it so you don't have to. Guaranteed. Our dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialists handle your case from start to finish. They contact institutions on your behalf, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support, far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
The bank didn't help me. The police department didn't help me. It was LifeLock who had my back on all this.
It was handled and taken care of. I didn't have to do anything.
In fact, we're so confident that restoration is guaranteed. Plus, LifeLock offers the $1 Million Protection Package with reimbursement up to $1 million for stolen funds, experts and lawyers, and out-of-pocket expenses up to $3 million in total.
When I opened my mail and I had a check from LifeLock, I just started crying. They made me whole.
Act now to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Your membership includes identity monitoring and alerts, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist, and the LifeLock $1 Million Protection Package. Don't face identity theft alone. Protect your future and finances with LifeLock, the leader in identity theft protection. Call 800-416-2286 or visit lifelock.com/get35 to get 35% off your first year.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand knee and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call
Instead of spending up to $50 on generic Viagra, you can get this new 100 milligram max strength generic Viagra for only 87 cents from Friday plans. And here's exactly why you should. It's the exact same 100 milligram generic Viagra that you'd get from CVS. And it only takes a couple of minutes to get a free prescription. Just go to FridayPlansPower.com and answer a few questions, and a licensed doctor will give you your free prescription the same day. They even give free 3-day discreet shipping. It works within 30 minutes. I feel like I'm back in my 20s, and my wife can't stop talking about it. Whether you're 40 years old or 70 years old, it will work for you. And it's risk-free. They promise a 60 days money-back guarantee, and you can cancel whenever you want. I'd feel stupid if I kept paying $46 a pill. Don't miss out on this and regret it. You don't want to risk failure in bed. Just go to FridayPlansPower.com and get yours today.
Two young travelers fall off the grid and go missing while on a dream backpacking vacation, last seen in the small coastal town Montanita in Ecuador. While police search for the women, their families initiate a social media campaign to try to find the two missing women that crosses all Latin American borders. 6 days later, something disturbing is found near the beach. On February 28th, something strange wrapped in a garbage bag and bound by packing tape is found by Juan Perez Castro, who lives nearby, when he's walking home that Thursday night. Approximately 50 meters from the first discovery, a second, similar sack is found 2 days later on the Saturday.
This area near the beaches of Montanita is overgrown and very hard to reach because of heavy rains.
But officers eventually recover the suspicious packages from the area at 3:30 p.m. Each package contains a corpse of a human female.
Strangely, the area had already been searched on February 25th, and nothing had been found at that time.
The bodies are taken to Guayaquil morgue.
Although police have their suspicions that these are the bodies of the missing women, due to the extreme heat and advanced decomposition, DNA tests must be done to confirm their identity. Also, toxicology needs to be done.
The families of Maria Jose and Marina are flown to Ecuador. Authorities won't let them see the bodies.
This is upsetting for the families, but probably for their own good, as the bodies are in a late stage of decomposition.
Although tissue tends to degrade or rot, decompose more quickly in hot temperatures, the police would still be able to gain some information about who these people might be that they've found. DNA is probably their best hope at this point.
The prosecutor's office confirms for the family that the bodies belong to the two tourists, and they use fingerprints to identify them. The DNA results haven't returned yet.
It's unusual that police chose to use fingerprinting as a method of identifying these women that were found. In these hot, moist conditions, tissue degrades pretty quickly, and fingerprints wouldn't be that reliable.
The families are devastated. A government official tells them that both women had trauma to their heads.
Within 48 hours of the crime, the Minister of the Interior announces to the public that the crime is solved.
In a press conference, it's revealed that an Alberto Segundo Nina Ponce has turned himself in to receive justice.
Not only does Alberto confess, he says that he didn't act alone.
quickly and smoothly. The police seem to have all the answers.
Alberto implicates another man, Aurelio Eduardo Rodriguez, El Rojo, or the Red, as his partner in crime.
They have no criminal record. Aurelio El Rojo Rodriguez is a native of Montanita, and Alberto Mina Ponce works as a community guard and is a native of Guayaquil, but had lived in Montanita for 4 years. According to police, the men described the events leading up to the murder. Between 8 p.m. and 8:30 p.m., February 22nd, El Rojo approaches Alberto Ponce to tell him that there are 2 young Argentine women in the bar La Aboqueteta.
So the plan is to meet these ladies and get a conversation going with them.
In the perpetrator's version of the story, they go to the bar and approach the women.
They get into a friendly conversation.
The men tell the police that the women had asked for a ride after explaining that they had been robbed at their hostel and they want to return to Guayaquil. But the men go even further and do one better and offer them a place to stay for the night.
And according to the guys, the women agree to stay.
Once back at their place, the murders occur. Two people are brought to the Mangalorata prosecutor's office to offer eyewitness testimony. The hostel keeper and an alleged witness to the event. However, after the official confession is revealed, the family doesn't believe the facts are accurate.
For the friends and family of the victims, their stories just aren't adding up. These women had connections in Montanita. They met friends. Why would they stay with 2 strange men that they didn't know? Also, everything was pre-booked, so why would they stay behind?
The family appears to be quite suspicious of the explanation provided by the Ecuadorian government. It just seems too rushed. And given how their daughters have traveled, it just seems completely implausible.
At first, the comments on social media offer condolences to the grieving family. Pain, anger, and shame that this has happened in my country. We are united in prayer for Marina and Maria Jose, and for so many others that we don't even know about. Hashtag Montanita.
Then, unfortunately, the condolences turn to blame. A psychiatrist weighs in.
It may be awful to say that they put themselves at risk, but women will continue to be killed if they don't take precautions for their safety. Who goes to stay the night at a stranger's house, let alone strangers that look like that? Hashtag Montanita is not to blame.
An Argentinian news website essentially publishes a video asking Argentinians,
would you travel to Ecuador after what happened to the Argentinian girls? Would you let your daughters travel alone to Ecuador?
As the conversation turns viral, all this criticism hurts the families more. It re-victimizes their daughters. And that's what people forget when they're typing snarky things online. They forget that there's real people on the other end.
Another story that contradicts the story coming from police comes to the fore.
The women are seen in the company of 2 light-skinned males. One of the males is wearing a black shirt.
what exactly is the evidence backing up the story of the 2 alleged perpetrators? Nobody's seen anything yet.
And with the DNA not even confirmed at this point, it's possible that the bodies aren't even those of the missing women in question.
The family wants the police to investigate the 2 light-skinned men that are seen with the victims.
There's an idea that this is being solved too quickly, that it's just being rushed. Because of the huge social media attention, some people believe that maybe the police just want to get this resolved and over with.
Hi folks, and welcome back to the Legal Help Center, where we have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and give you a free consultation. I'm Gina Bellich, and I'm here with spokesman Rob Reese, and you can reach us by calling the number right on your screen. You can also email us at help@legalhelpcenter.com, or you can go ahead and just visit legalhelpcenter.com and submit a question there. So if you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, we have legal professionals available to answer your questions and let you know what your case is potentially worth. All right, Rob, let's let everyone at home know why they should be calling right now.
Anyone who's been injured in an accident, it was not your fault, and you do not have an attorney, you need to give us a call right now, because we're going to answer all of your questions. We'll let you know how much your case is potentially worth. You know, after you've been injured in an accident, it's a very scary and overwhelming time. You probably have a lot of questions. That's why the legal team is available to you today to answer your questions, to let you know how much money you can get for your accident. So don't go it alone.
It's great to see so many people getting the help they need. So Rob, let's also talk about the fact that the phones have been ringing off the hook. What kind of calls have you been seeing?
Gina, we're seeing calls from all kinds of accidents today, from car accidents to slip and falls. We've had a couple of work accidents, truck accidents, and a couple of motorcycle accidents as well. And those can be extremely scary. Those are typically very serious in nature. But the most common by far has been car accidents. So I encourage everyone watching at home, if you've been injured in an accident or someone you know has been injured in an accident, was not their fault, and you don't have an attorney, give us a call right now. We're going to take the time to answer all of your questions with a free consultation and let you know how much your case is potentially worth.
Who did you let down today? Your wife? Your kids? Well, how about yourself? Take a look in the mirror. If you're tired of your drug and alcohol problem, you need to fix the problem, and right now, before you hurt or kill yourself, or worse yet, somebody else. Call the addiction specialist now at the Reset Addiction Treatment Helpline. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We'll find you the right treatment regardless of your financial situation. When you call right now, you'll speak to a recovering addict who understands what you're going through right now. Let us help you break your addiction to drug and alcohol before it's too late. This call is completely confidential and free. So take 5 minutes of your time and call us right now. We're here answering the phone. I promise it'll change your life.
Call 800-795-7200. That's 800-795-7200. Again, 800-795-7200.
Drunk and disorderly? Check. Shoplifters caught red-handed? Oh yeah. From spring break butts to unhinged arrests, not every criminal is a mastermind. Most outrageous crimes, only on True Crime Network.
The bodies of two women are discovered in Montanita, Ecuador, just off the beach. Their corpses wrapped in garbage bags and duct tape. Within 48 hours of discovering the bodies, the government announces that the bodies are those of the two missing backpackers, that the case has been solved, and that the perpetrators have been apprehended. After the bodies were identified via fingerprints, a surprise surrender and confession have given authorities everything they feel they need to wrap this case up. But the government's quick solution to this crime doesn't make sense to the family. The family comes to suspect that the double murder could actually be about the young women being targeted by human traffickers.
Police need to show evidence to back up the confession they so readily accepted.
According to the story of the two suspects, they bring the women to the shack voluntarily and then leave them alone. The women go out to buy a soft drink, which is corroborated by the owner of the store where Marina and Maria Jose purchased the drink. to rape Maria Jose, who screams and tries to leave. At this point, Ponce hits her head with a stick and kills her.
Marina panics when she hears her friends screaming. But by the time Alberto gets into the room, El Rojo has already cut her throat.
Alberto Ponce attempts to clean up the scene. He washes the bodies, wraps them in plastic, and secures it with duct tape.
Then he hauls the bodies 400 meters away from the house, and he dumps them there.
Alberto Ponce may have been watching a little bit too much television because he thought that wrapping the bodies in plastic and washing them would help eliminate him as a suspect. But it didn't really do much to help his cause. Results of the autopsy come back, and DNA confirms that the bodies are those of Marina and Maria.
It takes a full week from the time the families hear about the discovery of the bodies to get firm confirmation that these are in fact Marina and Maria Jose.
The autopsy report gets more specific about the trauma that these women have endured. Maria Jose is found to have a broken femur. The femur is one of the longest and strongest bones in the human body, and it takes extreme force to break it. Maria Jose is killed with a blow to the skull and raped. She's got a broken finger and defensive wounds on her hands and forearms. She was clearly fighting for her life. Marina is found with 6 stab wounds to the neck, one of which injures her spinal cord. This would have paralyzed her, but not necessarily killed her immediately.
She was likely aware that she was going to die.
And there's much more that doesn't fit with the alleged perpetrator's story.
The toxicology report is positive for benzodiazepines. They are a class of psychoactive drug that can be used as a date rape drug. Commonly used date rape drugs cause amnesia, loss of muscle control, some weakness, and eventually unconsciousness. The effects start within 20 to 30 minutes of when they're ingested.
And now it appears the women may not have just gone willingly to the house.
If the perpetrators had slipped the drugs to them in the bar, they might not have been able to refuse going with them. The forensic results uncover something that flies in the face of the story told by the perpetrators.
The women are found with irritation at their wrists, which suggests that they've been either handcuffed or tied up. They can be little abrasions or areas of redness, even bruising.
That doesn't fit anywhere in the story of the alleged killers.
A new clue is found. On March 3rd, a picture that is posted to social media by a man from Cordova, Spain, is found to be important.
In the background, Maria Jose and Marina are snapped by chance in a photograph at 10:30 p.m. at a full moon party the night of their death.
This directly contradicts the official version of the story, where the victims would have already been in Alberto Ponce's residence by this time.
Finally, the family has something concrete to back up what they've always suspected.
So many details aren't adding up.
Is it possible that Marina and Maria Jose are the victims of a failed attempt at human trafficking?
Don't buy Viagra or Cialis anywhere before trying this trick. It's called Friday Plans, and it's the only way to get 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra or 20 milligram generic Cialis delivered for just $7. Let me show you. First, scan the QR code to go to buyfridayplans.com. Then, you select if you need generic Viagra or Cialis, the quantity you need, I'll pick 9, and the dosage. I'll pick 100 milligram, thank you very much, and then their system will see if you qualify. Give it a second to find the best deals, and boom. Look at that. 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra for just $7. 9 tablets of 20 milligram Cialis are the same price. The prescription and shipping are free. Scan the QR code to go to buyfridayplans.com and see for yourself.
Before you buy generic Viagra, see how you can get 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra for just $7. Prescription and shipping are free. Claim now at buyfridayplans.com. All you need to do is answer a few medical questions. A doctor reviews your answers and prescribes you online for free. If appropriate, the prescription and shipping are free. You heard it right. 9 tablets for just $7. It's buyfridayplans.com. Once again, 9 tablets for just $7. It's buyfridayplans.com.
Lunch is on me today.
Awesome. Why?
I have some extra cash right now. I started using Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, are you saying you get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash.
Right? You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
It's like free money. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Use this promo code and get an extra 25 cents a gallon cash bonus on your first tank.
Thanks.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. Download the free Upside app now. Earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WELL25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank.
Did you download the Upside app yet?
Yes, of course. I'm not passing up free money. I'm earning real cash back now every time I get gas.
Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WELL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. If you drive, you need Upside. Earn cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. Plus, you can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. So, whether you're driving around town a couple times a week or driving hundreds of miles every day, Upside is for you. Don't wait. Some Upside users are making as much as $200 to $300. Download the free Upside app and use promo code WELL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code WELL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
We see cases where families lose everything in fires. Too often, victims believe it was their fault, when in reality, the fire happened because a smoke detector failed or a landlord cut corners. Morgan & Morgan has recovered over $25 billion across all types of cases. With more than 1,000 lawyers, we're here 24/7. If you or someone you love was hurt or burned in a fire, call Morgan & Morgan.
Call 800-357-0066. Call now.
Who cares what they say? Size does matter. And we prove it every day at Shop LC with our exquisite selection of lab-grown diamonds. Because when size matters, so does value. Go to shoplc.com and go bigger.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now. He called you, but he doesn't have your number.
One of the friends who hiked with Marina Menegasso and Maria Jose Cote makes a statement.
She says, "We want justice to be done and the case not closed. We do not believe in anything that's being said by the police or from the government of Ecuador. We think that the case wants to be closed quickly, and we are not going to let that happen. There are very strange things that have to be clarified."
Family complains the Ecuadorian Attorney General's office never investigates the white-skinned youths, described by some witnesses who say they see him with Marina and Maria Jose on the way to the party.
Although the photograph seems to confirm that the victims were seen with at least one young man with those characteristics.
And the person that took the photo reaches out to Marina's family and tells them that the girls were with 2 other guys. One in a black t-shirt, both were light-skinned.
It seems inconceivable that this angle is a pursuit.
After 5 weeks of chaos, the bodies of Marina and Maria Maria Jose are flown back to Mendoza and laid to rest.
Thousands of protesters march in silence calling for justice.
The march is organized by friends of the victims and the Puente Foundation, where the victims work together as volunteers.
Whole families, women and children, have taken to the streets in the girls' hometown, Mendoza, holding signs and chanting justice for Marina and Maria Jose.
In August 2016, Alberto Segundo Mina Pons and Aurelio Eduardo El Rojo Rodriguez go to trial at the criminal court of the Provincial Court of Santa Elena for the double murder of Marina Menagazo and Maria Jose Coño.
Although he's already confessed to police, Alberto Ponce now pleads not guilty. He claims he was coerced into confessing and that the actual murderers are a couple of drug dealers.
El Rojo Rodriguez claims that he only accompanies the victims on the way to Alberto's home in the taxi.
The owner of La Aboquetita claims to have seen Ponce and El Royal leave the bar with the women the night of February 22nd, 2016.
The taxi driver testifies that he drove all four of them to Alberto's house. The women were in the back seat, and they didn't speak.
This supports the idea that the women are drugged, but little more is known.
Prosecution says there are at least 5 people involved in the crime, judging by the amount of unidentified DNA evidence at the crime scene.
There are 3 more DNA samples from individuals at the scene that have not yet been accounted for.
Yet, despite all the remaining questions, Segundo Mina Pons and Aurelio Eduardo El Rojo Rodriguez are sentenced to 40 years in prison for charges of rape, murder, in addition to aggravating circumstances such as hiding the body and denying the crime.
Many believed they would get 26 years, but they received the strongest possible sentence.
The prosecutors, representing the families of the women, call for a search for the suspicious foreign tourists who were seen with the victims the night of their death.
Ecuador's Attorney General recognizes that there may well be other people involved in this crime.
A new investigation is announced. In November, a startling discovery is made. Jose Perez Castro, the brother of Juan Perez Castro, who initially finds the body of Maria, is arrested. Jose Perez Castro's DNA is matched to the crime scene.
The 2 Castro brothers live between Guayaquil and Montanita. Jose Castro is able to justify the presence of his fluids in the house.
He claims that he had a bad tooth and spit because of it. The DNA places him at the scene, but the police aren't able to determine whether it was at the time of the attack or not.
His brother, Juan Perez Castro, is also arrested and investigated.
But Juan Castro, who found the body, was released. Police ultimately couldn't find anything to tie him to the murder.
September 24th, 2017, Jose Luis Perez Castro is found guilty.
He receives the same stringent sentence as the other 2, 40 years in prison.
Despite rumors of human trafficking and the theory that the women are murdered by a group of drug-dealing Colombian expatriates, police find no more evidence.
Police are never able to match the other genetic profiles found at the scene to any suspects.
May 11th, 2018, Maria Jose's mother dies of lung cancer.
Friends and family see that the devastation that the heartache of losing her daughter caused definitely weakened Maria Jose's mother.
Yet another loss stemming from the awful tragedy of the double murder.
There's major backlash against the victim blaming that occurs around this case. Maria Guadalupe Acosta writes an open letter in the voice of the victims that goes viral.
It's not unusual for victims of a crime to be blamed for their own demise. This is something our society has a real problem with, especially when the victim is a woman. We need to start thinking that it's the perpetrators who are to blame and never the victim.
As many point out, Maria Jose and Marina weren't traveling alone. They were traveling together.
Solo travel, or the phrase in Spanish, vaya o sola, starts trending on social media.
Finally, not only is someone speaking for the victims, but also for solo travel for women. It's clear that women deserve and expect better.
Go inside the high-tech world of forensics. The new detectives. Next.
Grand Bay, Alabama, May 21st, 1994. Two teenagers boating on a pond, known locally as Blue Hole, noticed something floating in the water. As they approached, they realized it was a human body. They fled the scene and alerted their parents, who called the police. When the Mobile County Sheriff's deputies arrived at the scene, they recovered the body of an elderly woman. It was clear that this was not an accidental drowning. The victim had a tire jack chained around her waist, and her hands had been removed. As investigators began documenting the scene, detectives contacted the sheriff's department for a missing persons check. They hoped the search of NCIC, a database containing descriptions of people reported missing, would help them identify the victim. Sergeant Harold Bolster explains.
All missing person reports or missing persons are placed on the NCIC, and we look for any local matches, anything close to Mobile or Moss Point, Pascagoula, anything in the general region that might match up to what we have.
Only one name fit the description of the victim. 85-year-old Irma Williams had been reported missing the day before in nearby Moss Point, Mississippi. Dispatchers contacted Detective John J. Gaffney, who was investigating that disappearance.
And they advised that the Mobile County Sheriff's Office has discovered a body in Grand Bay, Alabama, which is the next jurisdiction over from us, and that they believe the body could possibly be my missing person.
Detectives from the Moss Point, Mississippi Police Department were dispatched to the scene. After getting a detailed description of the victim from deputies, the detectives believed they had found Irma Williams. It appeared that their missing persons case was now a homicide. Investigators began searching the surrounding area for any evidence that would help them identify the killer. But a large amount of trash and debris had collected in the pond. Determining what was evidence and what wasn't would be difficult. As investigators scoured the area near the water's edge, they found fresh tire tracks imprinted in the sand. Unsure if these tracks had been left by the killer, plaster casts were made. As the search of the area continued, detectives noticed a cigarette butt with a flattened end hidden among some overgrowth. Unlike most of the trash in the area, it didn't appear to have been there very long. It was collected and sent to the lab for further analysis. investigators believed that the victim was Irma Williams, they needed a positive identification. They contacted her relatives. James and Sharon Williams confirmed that the victim was James's grandmother, Irma Williams.
I know this is hard, but I'm gonna have to.
James told the officer he and his wife were very close to Irma. He described her as a vivacious woman who loved life and her family. Though her husband of more than 50 years had recently passed away, his estate had allowed her to remain independent. But James said that his father, Henderson Williams, was not close with Irma. In fact, Sharon added that Henderson hadn't seemed very worried when she told him no one could locate his mother. Sharon said she'd gone to Henderson's house around 11 p.m. the night before and found him burning trash in the yard. When told his mother was missing, Henderson seemed distracted and unconcerned. He was preoccupied by the fire the entire time. Despite Henderson's lack of concern, Sharon and James could not imagine that he was involved in his own mother's murder. The autopsy on Irma Williams was performed by Dr. J.C. Upshaw Downs, the chief medical examiner for the state of Alabama. The official cause of death was listed as severe blunt force trauma to the head. Irma Williams had died well before being placed in the pond. And for Dr. Downs, the manner in which the victim's hands were removed was also telling.
This was a clean cut, obviously a sharp instrument like a knife or a razor had been used. There was no hemorrhage or bleeding into the soft tissues. That told me that these were post-mortem injuries. And from that information, it became apparent that somebody was trying to obscure her identity.
By going to such great lengths to hide the victim's identity, investigators were confident the killer was someone close to her. They went to Irma's residence to search for answers. On a section of vinyl flooring in Irma's kitchen, investigators found reddish-brown stains that appeared to be blood. A plastic bag recovered from underneath the sink also looked blood-stained. Convinced they had found the murder scene, investigators continued searching for evidence of homicide. On the table, they noticed an ashtray full of cigarette butts. The ends of the filters were flattened, just like the one recovered from the crime scene.
I had observed an ashtray that had a lot of cigarette butts in it with a real distinctive bite mark on them. I questioned the family about these cigarette butts, and they advised that it was their father's cigarette butts, that he had a real distinctive way he bit on the filter.
Now, detectives wanted to speak to Irma's son, Henderson Williams. When they arrived at his home, he wasn't there. As they prepared to leave, investigators noticed a woman leaving the trailer on Henderson's property. She identified herself as Brenda Rowell. She rented the trailer from Henderson Williams. Though she stated that she and Henderson were close, she was unaware that Irma had been murdered. Investigators sensed that the news made Brenda uneasy. They asked her to accompany them to the Mobile County Sheriff's Department to answer more questions. Detectives asked Brenda if she'd seen anything unusual at Henderson's place recently. She mentioned seeing Henderson washing his car the day before. He'd scrubbed it inside and out, even the trunk. Brenda thought it was odd that Henderson would suddenly take such pride in the old car's appearance. Investigators showed her a picture of the tire jack recovered from Irma's body. Brenda was surprised. It looked like hers. She said she had lent it to Henderson recently, but he had not returned it. Investigators turned their focus toward Henderson's relationship with his mother. Brenda said that Henderson and Irma had been arguing over money from his father's estate. Irma felt her son was greedy and lazy and decided to cut him out of her will and denied him access to money left to her by his father. Henderson became irate. In fact, Brenda admitted that a few weeks back, she and Henderson had a bitter argument. Henderson wanted her to sign Irma's name on checks he had taken from his mother. Brenda was reluctant to do it, but Henderson threatened to evict her from the trailer if she didn't. She felt she had no choice. She forged Irma's name on the checks. For detectives, a motive for murder was beginning to take shape. And Henderson Williams was now the prime suspect in the death of his mother. Now, investigators needed to prove it. To corroborate Brenda Rowell's story, detectives contacted the manager of Irma's bank. Not only did she confirm Brenda's account, she said that just before Irma's death, Irma had filed forgery charges against her son. Though the information didn't prove murder, it was enough for investigators to obtain a search warrant for Henderson's property. Police waited until Henderson was away from his residence before executing the warrant. An inspection of Henderson's vehicle revealed the presence of small reddish stains on a rear tail lamp and larger stains on the trunk's carpet. All of the samples were collected and sent to the state crime lab for further analysis. Investigators also took inked impressions of the car's tires to compare to those recovered at the pond. As the search of Henderson's property continued, investigators located the burn file described earlier by Sharon Williams. Sifting through the rubble, they found several small bone fragments. Mindful that the victim's hands had been removed and never found, investigators collected the remains. All of the evidence was pointing to Henderson Williams as the killer. But until investigators could physically link him to the murder, he would remain a free man.
If joint pain from aging is slowing you down, Omega XL can help you get back in the saddle, just like it did for John Walsh.
Today I'm here at my ranch exercising some of my polo ponies. Got to be really fit to ride these horses. So as you get older, it gets tougher. I was starting to suffer some of that business. And then I ran into somebody who said, look, you should try Omega XL. Look what it's done. I feel better than I felt in the last 30 years.
I'm Reve Walsh. I'm John Walsh's wife. I ride fox hunters, and sometimes I'm in the saddle for 3-5 hours at a time. A lot of work out here.
I wouldn't have been able to do this. Muck a stall, throw hay, do all the things that need to be done on a ranch a couple years ago. But Omega XL gave me the ability to get back in the saddle. It works great.
Once you try it, you don't want to be without it. It makes a huge difference.
It does. Take it every single day. And you know, there's a benefit. It's made you a lot nicer to me.
If you've been living with pain, it's time to get this special offer, Omega XL, the joint health supplement that millions have trusted for more than 20 years. Omega XL is sourced from the green-lipped mussel, exclusively found in the pristine waters of New Zealand, some of the cleanest waters on Earth. Omega XL is natural, drug-free, and it's backed by more than 40 years of clinical research that show it really works. Call now or order online at omegaxl.com/John Walsh to receive our special TV offer. When you buy one bottle, we'll give you a second bottle free. That's buy one, get one Omega XL free. Order now and we'll also include a free bottle of Vitamin XL D3 with your first order. That's 2 free bottles for the price of just one bottle of Omega XL. That's more than 50% off a value of $115. You pay only $49.95 and it ships free. Plus our offer comes with a money-back guarantee.
Try it. We got nothing to lose.
Call or go to omegaxl.com/John Walsh now.
Who did you let down today? Your wife? Your kids? Well, how about yourself? Take a look in the mirror. If you're tired of your drug and alcohol problem, you need to fix the problem, and right now, before you hurt or kill yourself, or worse yet, somebody else. Call the addiction specialist now. at the Reset Addiction Treatment Helpline. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We'll find you the right treatment regardless of your financial situation. When you call right now, you'll speak to a recovering addict who understands what you're going through right now. Let us help you break your addiction to drug and alcohol before it's too late. This call is completely confidential and free. So take 5 minutes of your time and call us right now. We're here answering the phone. I promise it'll change your life.
Call 800-795-7200. That's 800-795-7200. Again, 800-795-7200.
I kept seeing this ad for 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra for $7 from Friday Plans and figured it was too good to be true. So I investigated. I went to FridayPlansClub.com and got a free prescription after filling out a quick form. Friday Plans also gave me free 3-day shipping, and it arrived in plain, discreet packaging. I tried my first tablet, and within 30 minutes I could tell it was working. It works exactly like the name brand. Who knows how long this will last? Go to FridayPlansClub.com and get yours today.
Police in Alabama and Mississippi struggled to solve the murder of 85-year-old Irma Williams, found floating in a local fishing pond. Though the circumstantial evidence pointed to her son, Henderson Williams, as the killer, investigators had no physical evidence tying him to the murder. Items collected from a search of Henderson's property were sent to the Alabama Department of Forensic Science. Medical examiner Dr. J.C. Upshaw Downs started with bone fragments found in the burn pile.
We were concerned at the time, since her hands had been removed, that those potentially could have been bones from Ms. Williams' hands. So they were examined by our anthropologist and also examined for DNA in order to determine if they were human, and if they were human, were they Ms. Williams. It turned out that they were non-human remains.
Still, examiners had other items recovered from Henderson's property. Serologist Elaine Scott analyzed stains taken from the trunk liner of Henderson's vehicle to determine if they were of human origin. Tetramethylbenzidine, a chemical that reacts to protein in human blood by turning it blue, is applied to the swabs. The initial screening confirmed the stains found in Henderson's trunk were human blood. Scott then repeated the process on the stains found on items from the victim's kitchen. They too were of human origin. Now, examiners needed to determine the source of the blood. DNA testing was performed on all of the samples. After extracting and isolating specific genetic characteristics in each sample, examiners determined the blood found in the victim's kitchen was genetically consistent with the blood found in Henderson's car. When those results were compared to DNA samples taken from Irma Williams at autopsy, the results were indisputable.
The blood stains in this case were at the house and placed the victim bleeding in the house, and also they placed the victim bleeding on the car.
Though the evidence was powerful, it was not ironclad. To make their case, investigators needed to physically link Henderson Williams to the crime scene. And there was one piece of evidence that had to be tested. The cigarette butt found at the pond. With only microscopic traces of saliva to work with, examiners determined there was sufficient DNA in the cigarette butt to perform the analysis. Elaine Scott then compared those results to DNA taken from other cigarette butts known to be Henderson's.
The saliva did give us a DNA profile that matched to Mr. Williams, indicating that he had smoked the cigarette at the crime scene.
The information was enough to arrest Henderson Williams for the murder of his 85-year-old mother. In custody, Henderson maintained his innocence, claiming he hadn't been near the pond in recent days. But all of the forensic evidence suggested otherwise. was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. In Alabama, there was no doubt that a woman pulled from a small pond had been murdered. But in Texas, police would have to wade through the evidence to determine whether a woman's death was an accident or murder.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand needle and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Fort Worth, Texas, May 3rd, 1987. Francis and Jesus de la Rosa were settling into the evening when they heard screamings outside their suburban home. A man, soaking wet and distraught, stumbled inside. He pleaded for them to call 911. He said his car had been swept away in a flash flood and his girlfriend was missing. The Fort Worth Fire Department's swift water rescue team received the call. For them, these emergencies were becoming all too familiar. Torrential rains had pounded the Fort Worth area during the previous month, destroying property and worse. According to Fire Captain Richard Ward, many people had lost their lives while attempting to drive through flash floods.
The people are on their way to wherever, and they decide to try to cross the water or cross the road where the water's going, and they get swept downstream because just looking at it, they can't tell how deep the water is, and they always underestimate how powerful the water is.
This night, 2 people had made that mistake, and now one of them was missing. The rescue team searched the area near the bridge crossing where the car had been swept away. Divers scoured below the creek surface for any signs of the missing woman or the vehicle. But after several hours of exhaustive searching, rescuers found nothing. As the search continued, police questioned the driver, 40-year-old Domingo Turo, a Cuban immigrant who spoke broken English. Turo told police he had tried to drive through the water on the road. Detective Mike Garvin reviewed Turo's statement.
He didn't realize how swift the water was. He tried to back up, and it was too late. It started washing him off into the creek, and that he tried to get out and was in fact able to, he and the victim both, to get out of the car.
Turo told police that he grabbed his girlfriend raging water broke his grasp and she was lost. As the floodwaters began to recede several hours later, searchers were finally able to locate Turo's car. It was carried more than a mile from the crossing before being washed up on an embankment. Police retrieved the vehicle, but there was no sign of Janice Walters.
We performed a search around the vehicle thinking that she might have stayed close to the vehicle whenever it was swept off the roadway. Our search around the vehicle and in the vehicle didn't turn up anything.
Rescuers continued looking for her, but with each passing hour, hopes of finding her unharmed grew dimmer. The search continued into the following day. Around noon, searchers discovered a body washed up on the shoreline. The woman matched Janice's description. The lifeless body, nude except for a small chain necklace, was found a mile and a half from the spot where the vehicle had been swept away. It seemed that the violent Texas storms had claimed another life. Rescue workers in Fort Worth, Texas, believed that they had recovered the body of 20-year-old Janice Walters, killed when the car she and her boyfriend, Domingo Turo, were driving, got swept away in a flash flood. Authorities contacted Turo and Janice's sister, Kelly Hill, and asked them to identify the body. Kelly confirmed that her sister had been found. Investigators noticed that she seemed distant and cold toward Domingo Turo. In a statement taken later that day, Kelly confirmed that no one in her family was happy about Janice's relationship with Turo. Janice's body was transported to the Tarrant County morgue to undergo an autopsy. Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Nizam Pirwani was immediately struck by the condition of the body.
One of the strange things that we discovered at the autopsy was that the body was totally nude, and the story given to us was that she was wearing a blouse and a pair of blue jeans. In 20 years' time, I've never seen a case where the body has been totally disrobed.
And a necklace still clasped around the victim's neck had inexplicably remained intact, though there were numerous other injuries in the same area. Dr. Pirwani also noted the lack of telltale signs usually associated with drowning victims.
In most cases of drowning, one sees purging of frothy fluid, which is usually blood-tinged, and this comes out from the nostrils and the mouth. And it's also present in the trachea and the bronchioles. And this frothy fluid is due to admixing of air and water which is being inhaled in a person who is drowning. We didn't see such frothy fluid anywhere.
That meant there was no water in the victim's lungs. Janice Walters had not died of drowning. As Dr. Pirwani struggled to make sense of his findings, he examined injuries found in the victim's neck. He noticed what appeared to be curvilinear abrasions, injuries typically caused by a victim's fingernails in a struggle to break a stranglehold. None of Janice's injuries were consistent with a drowning death. Dr. Pirwani stopped the examination and contacted Fort Worth police. He wanted to be certain that he had not misunderstood the circumstances surrounding Janice's death. But investigators had no reason to believe that her death was anything but a tragic accident. And the tragedy didn't end with Janice's death alone. As Dr. Pirwani proceeded with the internal examination, he discovered that she was in the early stages of pregnancy. The examination held one last surprise. There were deep hemorrhages of the muscles in the victim's neck. For Dr. Pirwani, there was only one way to explain all of the injuries.
We were not able to show any water in the lung. The no frothy fluid, no blood-tinged fluid in the trachea or the bronchial tree. So the negative findings of lungs as well as the positive findings of the neck were consistent with the manual strangulation.
Dr. Pirwani's routine post-mortem examination had uncovered a homicide.
Lunch is on me today. Awesome. Why? I have some extra cash right now. I started using Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, are you saying you get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash.
Right? You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
It's like free money. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Use this promo code and get an extra 25 cents a gallon cash bonus on your first tank.
Thanks.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. Download the free Upside app now. Earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WELL25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank.
Did you download the Upside app yet?
Yes, of course. I'm not passing up free money. I'm earning real cash back now every time I get gas.
Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WELL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. If you drive, you need Upside. Earn cash back on every gallon of gas you buy. Plus, you can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. So, whether you're driving around town a couple times a week or driving hundreds of miles every day, Upside is for you. Don't wait. Some Upside users are making as much as $200 to $300. Download the free Upside app and use promo code WELL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code WELL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Think of all the places that could expose you to identity theft and financial loss. It only takes one mistake at your bank, hospital, or employer for a criminal to gain access to your personal information. And if they do, you and your money are at risk.
I thought I'd be the last person on earth this would happen to.
It was devastating. $110,000 of my hard-earned money gone.
1 in 3 U.S. consumers have been a victim of identity theft. Are you willing to risk your financial future? With LifeLock, if your identity is compromised, we'll step in and fix it so you don't have to. Guaranteed. Our dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialists handle your case from start to finish. They contact institutions on your behalf, dispute fraudulent charges, close compromised accounts, and even procure legal support, far beyond the capabilities of your bank or credit card company.
The bank didn't help me. The police department didn't help me. It was LifeLock who had my back on all this.
It was handled and taken care of. I didn't have to do anything.
In fact, we're so confident that restoration is guaranteed. Plus, LifeLock offers the $1 Million Protection Package with reimbursement up to $1 million for stolen funds, experts and lawyers, and out-of-pocket expenses up to $3 million in total.
When I opened my mail and I had a check from LifeLock, I just started crying. They made me whole.
Act now to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Your membership includes identity monitoring and alerts, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist, and the LifeLock $1 Million Protection Package. Don't face identity theft alone. Protect your future and finances with LifeLock, the leader in identity theft protection. Call 800-416-2286 or visit lifelock.com/get35 to get 35% off your first year.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now. He called you, but he doesn't have your number.
We see cases where families lose everything in fires. Too often, victims believe it was their fault, when in reality, Morgan & Morgan has recovered over $25 billion across all types of cases. With more than 1,000 lawyers, we're here 24/7. If you or someone you love was hurt or burned in a fire, call Morgan & Morgan.
Call 800-357-0066. Call now.
After reviewing the autopsy results, Detective Mike Garvin wanted to speak with Janice's boyfriend, Domingo Turo. To overcome any confusion caused by the language barrier, he enlisted a translator for the interview. Turo claimed that recently his relationship with Janice had been rocky. But on the night she died, they had reconciled and were looking forward to starting over. He said he and Janice were returning from dinner shortly after 9 p.m. He started crossing the low water bridge when a flash flood swept the car into the creek. He struggled to keep the car from being swept downstream. But as the car began to fill with water, he panicked and stated he may have grabbed Janice by the neck to keep her from drowning. But ultimately, the powerful currents tore them apart and she was lost. If Turo had grabbed Janice by the neck, it seemed unlikely that the thin gold chain necklace would have remained intact. Dr. Piwani's findings, coupled with Turo's statements, led investigators to suspect that he had murdered Janice Walters. But so far, they had no real physical evidence to prove it. Investigators in Fort Worth, Texas, believe that the death of 20-year-old Janice Walters was a deliberate act of murder. And her boyfriend, Domingo Turo, was the prime suspect. But police had little physical evidence and no motive to make their case. Detective Mike Garvin reviewed statements made by Janice's sister, Kelly Hill. Kelly described Janice as a warm young woman, full of fun, who'd always been very close to her family. She was excited at the prospect of being a mother. But Turo, the father of the unborn child, had become abusive and didn't want the responsibilities that came with having a baby. For the sake of her unborn child, Janice had no choice but to end the relationship with Turo. She moved home to be with her family. But Kelly stated that Turo refused to let her out of his life. A few days before Janice died, Turo called the house and they argued bitterly. Kelly stated she listened to the conversation on another extension. Turo threatened to kill Janice if she left him. Convinced that Turo had followed through on his threat, investigators still needed proof. They pored over Turo's statement, looking for any clue they may have overlooked. They found one. Turo said that he and Janice were returning from dinner when they were caught in the flash flood. Looking over maps of the area, detectives realized the couple had been heading in the wrong direction on a dead-end street. Paul Dixon, Assistant District Attorney for Tarrant County, explains the importance of the discovery.
The neighborhood used that dead-end area as sort of an illegal dumping ground. Old mattresses, old tires, trash, that sort of thing. The police had informed us that from time to time, a body would be recovered from that place.
For investigators, it was now clear that Turo was on his way to the dump to dispose of Janice's body. With his story discredited, detectives now had enough evidence to arrest Domingo Turo for the capital murder of Janice Walters. Police believe that when Janice returned to Turo's home to pick up her belongings, his possessiveness, inflamed by Janice's rejection of him, exploded into violence. After killing her, he removed her clothes and then tried to hide her body, along with any trace of the crime.
He was traveling across the low-water bridge through the rainstorm, through the flood, and nature intervened and kept him from getting to his goal.
convicted for the murder of Janice Walters. He was sentenced to 45 years in prison.
Forensic science was very important because without Dr. Caruana being able to do the autopsy and prove that it was strangulation, we wouldn't have had a case, even though no matter how much the family thought probably that he had done something foul, we would have had no proof of it at all.
In Texas, forensic science exposed a murderer who tried to submerge evidence of his crime in a flash flood. But in Wisconsin, it took an attentive forensic pathologist to recognize a homicide disguised as an accident.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand knee and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Instead of spending up to $50 on generic Viagra, you can get this new 100 milligram max strength generic Viagra for only 87 cents from Friday plans. And here's exactly why you should. It's the exact same 100 milligram generic Viagra that you'd get from CVS. And it only takes a couple of minutes to get a free prescription. Just go to FridayPlansPower.com and answer a few questions, and a licensed doctor will give you your free prescription the same day. They even give free 3-day discreet shipping. It works within 30 minutes. I feel like I'm back in my 20s, and my wife can't stop talking about it. Whether you're 40 years old or 70 years old, it will work for you. And it's risk-free. They promise a 60 days money-back guarantee, and you can cancel whenever you want. I'd feel stupid if I kept paying $46 a pill. Don't miss out on this and regret it. You don't want to risk failure in bed. Just go to FridayPlansPower.com and get yours today.
Crime Lab secrets, forensic breakthroughs, and the agents who cracked the cases. The FBI Files, only on True Crime Network.
Berlin, Wisconsin, August 22nd, 1990. A blasting company employee was locking up for the day when he heard someone screaming for help. A man, covered in mud, said he'd just been in a car accident and his ex-wife was unconscious.
Okay, all right.
After calling 911, the two rushed back to the scene. Within minutes, the Green Lake County Sheriff's Department and Berlin Emergency Medical Units arrived. They found a white car in a water-filled ditch, resting against a muddy embankment.
Come on, get one of you guys in here. Let's go.
A woman, face down in the ditch, was pulled from the water. Emergency technicians who rushed to her aid discovered that she wasn't breathing. They immediately began critical life-saving procedures, including identified himself as Daniel Egan and the woman as his ex-wife, Darlene. He said she'd swerved suddenly to avoid a deer, and the car plunged into the ditch. Egan told deputies he'd gone for help and returned to find Darlene face down in the water. Darlene was taken to the emergency room at Berlin Memorial Hospital, where doctors fought to save her life. A Green Lake County deputy met Darlene's family at the hospital. As he was explaining details of the accident, a doctor came and told them Darlene had not survived her injuries. The family was devastated by the news, and they couldn't understand why Darlene was with her ex-husband. Sheriff's Deputy Ron Click explains.
When I informed them that Dan Egan was a passenger in the vehicle that had gone off the roadway, the family indicated to me that because of the rather stormy relationship that they had, that it wasn't likely that she would allow Dan Egan to be in her vehicle.
The deputy contacted investigators at the scene and passed along the information. Wisconsin state troopers began their routine accident reconstruction. By measuring the angle and dimensions of the tire marks left on the road, investigators estimated that the car had been traveling at approximately 29 miles per hour, slightly under the speed limit.
Okay.
But the marks left on the pavement were not the result of braking. They were the result of a deliberate, high-speed turn. According to State Trooper Dennis McConnell, that fact was unusual.
An operator in a vehicle faced with a hazard such as a deer, almost 99% of the time, the first driver reaction to that hazard is to step on the brakes. There was no indication of braking whatsoever.
The findings were enough for investigators to request that a thorough forensic examination be performed on the vehicle. The car was towed to the police impound lot. The hospital pathologist performed an autopsy on Darlene Egan. From the amount of water in her lungs, the official cause of death was ruled a drowning. But something about the victim's condition was troubling. There was an excessive amount of mud found under her eyes and in her nose and ears. The coroner requested that Darlene Egan's body be re-examined by a forensic pathologist. That evening, evidence technicians began processing the vehicle for clues. They noted the condition of the seatbelt. It was stretched over the steering wheel, still in the buckled position. Technicians also observed a lot of mud plastered on the front of the car. That wasn't unusual, but a closer inspection of the bumper revealed a hair embedded in the mud. Not knowing its significance, the hair was collected and sent to the lab for further analysis. Examiners would later determine that the hair did not belong to Darlene Egan. Investigators interviewed Dan Egan the following day.
Yeah, sure.
They wanted a moment-by-moment account of the accident. Dan said he and Darlene were going to his mother's house to pick up their two children when the accident occurred. Egan told police his ex-wife suddenly yelled, "Deer," and swerved hard to the right off the road. The next thing he remembered was the car in the water-filled ditch. Darlene was unresponsive and slumped against the driver's door. Egan said he climbed out of the car and ran to the blasting company for help. He returned to the scene within a few minutes. He couldn't explain how Darlene ended up face down in the ditch. Maybe she'd come to, struggled out of the car, and then lost consciousness again. For Wisconsin Division of Criminal Investigations agent Rick Lewell, the amount of time necessary for that scenario was at odds with the facts.
We soon realized that there wasn't enough time involved for him to get out of the car, to run and get help, for her to get out of the car, for her to fall in the water and drown before he returned to the scene. So it wasn't passing the smell test. Something stunk here. Something was wrong. We had to take a lot deeper look at this entire accident.
For investigators, the circumstances surrounding Darlene Egan's tragic death were raising too many questions. They hoped the forensic pathologist would give them the answers.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. With so many mesothelioma lawyers on television, how do you choose the right firm for you and your family? Our goal is to get you as much as you deserve. $30 billion was set aside for mesothelioma victims like you. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, we'll come to you within 24 hours so our team can get to work right away. Call us now. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Call 800-502-5300. Sleep in 6 minutes with this unique sound. Green noise overwrites your brain chatter. Super helpful for racing thoughts. Try to feel your brain smoothing out. Compare it to the feeling of pink noise. Or maybe you prefer deep brown noise. Use the benefits to study, focus, or sleep. Mix and listen with better sleep.
Who did you let down today? Your wife? Your kids? Well, how about yourself? Take a look in the mirror. If you're tired of your drug and alcohol problem, you need to fix the problem, and right now, before you hurt or kill yourself, or worse yet, somebody else. Call the addiction specialist now at the Reset Addiction Treatment Helpline. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We'll find you the right treatment regardless of your financial situation. When you call right now, you'll speak to a recovering addict who understands what you're going through right now. Let us help you break your addiction to drug and alcohol before it's too late. This call is completely confidential and free. So take 5 minutes of your time and call us right now. We're here answering the phone. I promise it'll change your life.
Call 800-795-7200. That's 800-795-7200. Again, 800-795-7200.
Police in Wisconsin investigating the drowning death of Darlene Egan, killed after the car she and her ex-husband Dan were driving crashed into a ditch, suspected foul play. And Dan Egan's statements to police weren't adding up. To find answers, detectives enlisted a forensic pathologist to conduct a second autopsy. Dr. Robert Huntington III, a forensic pathologist for the state of Wisconsin, was given the assignment.
When we do a forensic autopsy, we've got three ends in view. We want to see if we can determine a cause of death. We want to see if we can rule out other causes of death, and we want to see if that body itself can tell us anything about how that death arrived to that body.
The pathologist agreed with the original cause of death listed as drowning. But the injuries noted during the examination appeared inconsistent with injuries caused by a car crash. They looked like something else.
When we got bodies out of a motor vehicle crash, they are definitely banged up. And she wasn't that banged up. And the really disturbing feature were scratches on and around the face. Now, yes, you can get scratches in a car crash, but some of these had a semblance to fingernail, enough to worry you.
The presence of fingernail scratches found on the victim's head suggested the car crash hadn't caused the drowning. In the final analysis, Dr. Huntington believed that Darlene Egan had been murdered.
Now, suppose somebody was holding her head under the water. Now, that might explain fingernail marks and such like that.
Dr. Huntington's analysis gave investigators insight into how Darlene Egan died. But to make a murder case against her ex-husband, they now needed to find a motive. They turned to the victim's family for answers. Her sister, Denise Krause, told police that Darlene divorced Dan Egan in 1988 after 5 years of marriage. Dan had become physically abusive, and Darlene lived in constant fear of him. But she was putting her life back together. Darlene had recently taken a job as a state police dispatcher and was a devoted mother to 2 daughters. She had also become engaged to a police officer. Denise added that Darlene and Dan had been involved in a vicious custody battle up until the day before Darlene's death. As the elements of a motive began falling into place, police contacted Darlene's attorney in the custody dispute.
Yes, I need to talk to
She
you.
told investigators that Darlene had been granted primary custody of the children. And she confirmed that the ruling came down the day before the accident. In fact, she had met with the couple to discuss the arrangements. When told of the court's ruling, Dan became irate. He also resented having to pay child support. He vowed to keep his children no matter what. Armed with this information, investigators went back to question Dan Egan. But this time, as the prime suspect in his ex-wife's murder. Knowing Darlene took great pains to avoid being alone with Dan Egan, investigators wanted to know how the two ended up in Darlene's car together. Dan stated that on the day of the accident, Darlene came by his home to pick up the kids. But Dan's mother had taken the kids that day and was unable to bring them back to his house. And Dan didn't have a car to go get them himself. He admitted that Darlene was upset when she arrived and learned she had to pick the children up at his mother's. Darlene and Dan's mother didn't get along, so according to Dan, she asked him to go with her. He claimed that's where they were going when the accident occurred. Before they left, Egan agreed to provide investigators with a hair sample. The hair was sent to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for analysis. Dan Egan's hair was compared to the hair found on the bumper of Darlene's car. They matched. For investigators, there seemed to be only one explanation for how his hair ended up on the bumper. And that explanation was consistent with the excessive amount of mud noted on the victim's face during autopsy.
Darlene may have pulled hair from her ex-husband while she's fighting to keep from being pushed under the water. And if she did have a handful of his head hair and she's pushed under the car, she would then grab the undercarriage of the car and try and free herself to get out from underneath the water. And in doing so, she would have transferred his head hair to the undercarriage of that car.
As Darlene struggled to save her own life, she left behind proof of murder. Investigators finally had enough evidence to arrest Dan Egan for the murder of his ex-wife. Based on the evidence, police believed that as the couple drove down the road, Dan wrenched the wheel to the right, sending the car into the ditch. Darlene, still buckled into the driver's seat, was ripped from the car. In the struggle, Darlene grabbed Dan by the hair, but he finally overpowered her, forcibly holding her head underwater until she drowned. For the first-degree murder of his ex-wife, Dan Egan was sentenced to life in prison.
Every criminal leaves behind clues. Forensic Factor. Next.
It's 1981 in Colchester County, a bucolic region of small towns and farmland near Windsor, Ontario. A place where neighbor knows neighbor and few people lock their doors. Until the trust that binds this community together is suddenly shattered. investigation and forensic science strikes fear into the heart of a predator. August 31st, 1981. Police get a call from a 65-year-old woman.
She indicated that two men had broken into her house and had stolen her car.
As far as I knew, it was just a break and enter.
But when the police arrive at the crime scene, they learn there's a lot more to the story.
I did a circle check of the house and found phone wires had been cut at the rear of the residence. They were trying to prevent her from calling for help.
The air conditioner had been pulled out of the front window and was outside of the house on the ground, which showed us the point of entry. In the house, there was mud leading up the steps.
The trail of mud leads police to a shocking discovery.
The bedroom door was actually kicked in.
That was such a violent act that it had broken the door frame in half.
In the bedroom itself, there was chairs upside down, and there appeared to have been a struggle.
When investigators question the victim at the neighbor's house,
Okay, take your time.
they discover that she is overcome by emotion.
I asked her, what is it you want to tell me?
With the encouragement of investigators, she now tells the full story. The victim says that she had fled to her bedroom after hearing the intruders, and that one man had followed her upstairs.
He threw the lady on the floor and ripped her nightgown off. She had been sexually assaulted. At first, it was disbelief when we heard this, that someone would do this to this lady. It was very disturbing.
But the attacker is interrupted when the second intruder comes upstairs.
The other suspect saw what he was doing and said, "Let's go." And they stole her car when they left.
Obviously, she was petrified. So she remained in this bedroom, awake, I'm sure, the entire night, afraid, alone, terrified of, is this guy coming back?
Investigators can find nothing that points them to a prime suspect. There are no fingerprints because the intruders wore gloves. The victim cannot describe her attackers because they wore balaclavas. And outside the house, there are no discernible footprints or tire tracks except those from the stolen car. The victim tries to get on with her life, but she lives in constant fear that her attacker will return.
She was traumatized, and it basically ruined the latter part of her life, this attack.
1 year later, on November 17th, 1982, a woman living in an isolated farmhouse settles down for a quiet night.
The suspect then moved into the bedroom and sexually assaulted her in her own bed.
He keeps her hostage for hours and then steals her purse. The victim cannot bring herself to report the crime until a full day has passed.
What can be more embarrassing than having to tell a group of people how they've been degraded, how they've been assaulted, and then to repeat that over a number of times to different people for different purposes?
In the investigation that follows, police find no evidence that identifies the attacker, and they doubt that the cases are connected.
In the first instance, the obvious intention was to steal the car. In the second occurrence, the obvious intention was the sexual assault.
And on the second attack, the victim actually said that there was only one person in the house.
But when they compare the two crime scenes, they draw a different conclusion.
At that point, I noticed there was some similarities. The culprit had entered through a first-story window. The phone wires were cut to the residence.
The victim's description of the attacker also matches the previous crime.
He wore dark clothing. His hands were covered with gloves, and he had a balaclava.
Investigators see one other similarity. Both women are in their early 70s.
Targeting elderly women is an unusual characteristic. It may simply be that these were victims who were available, just like a wolf picking off the weakest of a herd to attack.
But I think what made them vulnerable is that they lived far enough from their neighbors and they lived alone.
But police consider another reason for targeting seniors.
The person may choose an elderly victim just like a paedophile chooses a child, because that's a particular group that specifically arouses them.
Well, this was something that was very unique and very upsetting.
So it was very disturbing. I mean, we all have mothers, we all have grandmothers.
As police search for the sexual predator, the attacker continues to prey on the innocent. His penchant for violence is growing. Leaving the 73-year-old victim tied to her bed, the rapist steals her valuables.
A selection of minor, trivial, personal items may well serve as a stimulus for further fantasy. So these are like souvenirs that will bring back a memory of an experience that they want to recapture, which is arousing for them.
What happened afterwards, the attacker left and she heard him drive away. She went out and listened, waited for the vehicle to go away, and then eventually, after sitting on her porch for a while, walked to her daughter, son-in-law's house, still with binder twine that he had tied her to the bed with on her ankle.
By now, police are profoundly worried, especially because of something that was said to the last victim.
He said that next time he would kill her.
Those who are sexually excited by causing injury and pain and suffering and humiliation of their victims may well require more violence to sexually arouse them.
How far will the attacker go? And will his appetite for sexual violence finally drive him to make a mistake?
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. Have both Medicare and Medicaid? Now's the time to explore your options and choose the coverage that's right for you. Choose a Medicare Advantage plan that offers you more benefits at no additional cost. Millions of members turn to WellCare for benefits and services that go beyond original Medicare and help them lead better, healthier lives. Choose a plan with $0 low monthly plan premiums, co-pays, and deductibles. And with WellCare, you don't just pay less, you get more. More dental coverage, more vision and hearing with an eyewear allowance, plus prescription drug coverage. Call us at 877-268-6394 to speak to a friendly licensed representative and request a free all-in-one guide. There's no obligation. We're here to help you review your options to see if a WellCare plan is the right decision for you. WellCare has a large network of doctors and specialists, and WellCare Medicare Advantage plans come with this all-in-one WellCare Spendables debit card to use for over-the-counter health items and dental, vision, and hearing costs. Get convenient access to care with our telehealth services, including online doctor visits, Dario, a digital mental health and social support resource, and free fitness benefits with online classes. WellCare has a contract with Medicare to provide Medicare Advantage plans. It has been serving those with Medicare Advantage, Medicaid, and prescription drug plans for more than 35 years. Call now. We're here to answer your questions and even assist enrolling you over the phone. Choose the company that puts your health first. WellCare, the coverage you need and more. Call now and get a free copy of our all-in-one guide. 877-268-6394.
Did you say 12 o'clock?
tomorrow at 12. I can't hear clearly on the phone anymore.
Let me show you something that will change your life. This is a clear captions phone. It allows me to read what a caller is saying.
Really?
You can read what the caller is saying as they say it. It's easy to understand and respond to immediately.
It sounds expensive.
Actually, there is no insurance or Medicare required. The service is provided at no cost to you through a federally managed program.
Hi, Grandma. Hi, honey. How are you?
Give your loved ones the connection they deserve. Call now to see if you qualify.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear caption service is provided at no cost to you. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone.
Call 1-800-993-6615. That's 1-800-993-6615. Call 1-800-993-6615.
Meet the most insightful way to never scoop again. Litter Robot 5 Pro, the next generation of litter robot. Litter Robot 5 Pro from Whisker, the greatest invention since cats.
3 women living alone in the Colchester area have been sexually assaulted and robbed. At the third crime scene, police discover a semen stain on the victim's nightgown. The first piece of physical evidence that could point to a suspect.
In the early 1980s, if there was a semen stain that was found on a piece of evidence, the only kind of analysis that could be done was ABO typing.
This technique establishes blood type. The semen sample from the third attack comes from a person with type O blood.
The only thing that really could be done in this case was eliminating people who had A or B or AB blood types.
This leaves everyone who is type O.
40% of the population are type O. And to go after 40% of the population is ridiculous.
But blood type can be combined with other information to build a case. And police do have other clues. First, all 3 victims describe an attacker of a similar stature. They also agree on something else.
The victims indicated that their attackers spoke with an accent, so we started looking heavily at the immigrant community.
Colchester South is quite a mix of people who've lived there for many generations from actually many different European ethnic backgrounds.
I was thinking it might be an immigrant worker from another area because being a farming community, there were a lot of workers that come in during the harvest season.
But their biggest break comes after the third victim reports that her attacker drove away in a car with a noisy muffler. When patrol officers in the area hear a car matching that very description, they are desperate to question the driver.
Everything, please, sir.
Then they notice that he speaks with an accent.
I asked you to get under the car,
And
please.
there is something else.
The officers found binder twine in the vehicle. The third victim was bound to the bed with binder twine. Found knife blades with a black substance on the knife blades.
The man's name is Manuel Fortuna. When police bring him in for questioning, they learn that he lives just down the street from the third victim, and more suspiciously, cannot account for his whereabouts on the night of the attack.
Where were you that night? At a bar. What would bar be called?
Those things put together threw some heavy suspicion onto Mr. Fortuna.
Police decide to lay charges against him. A bizarre turn of events now puts the man in an even worse position. When his wife hears of his arrest, she comes forward with some additional evidence.
There is blood.
Information came from his wife that she had gotten a pair of underwear from him that had blood on it.
Alcohol night always at the bar. I can't keep track of him.
When police test the blood, they find that it is type O, the same as the attacker. But the get a conviction, so police use it to push for a confession.
Let me ask you this. Why is your wife coming down here? I really don't know.
But the man does not brag.
At the time we dropped the charges on Mr. Fortuna, the investigation essentially was dead. We had no place to go, we had no evidence to go from, and nothing forthcoming in the immediate future that we could see that was going to help us.
Police try everything to prevent another attack, advising the public on safety measures, stepping up patrols, but the predator feeds off their efforts. The rapist continues on a spree of escalating violence that targets 3 more women. The eldest is 83 years old.
The sixth victim had been beaten up quite badly. She had bruises on her face and her arms. Something was going to happen where he would kill one of these ladies, whether he would kill them on purpose or that a heart attack would come.
Desperate for help, local investigators turn to the Ontario Provincial Police for backup. Together they form a task force. They start by reviewing every scrap of evidence and asking every possible question.
Who delivers your oil? Who delivers your newspaper? Do you have anybody cutting your lawn? Did you have a roofing job done recently with a gang of guys up on your roof? Anything at all?
The investigators also seek out new forms of crime analysis.
I went anywhere that I could go that I thought might shed some light on who we were looking for. And at that time, the FBI were into crime profiling.
The FBI agrees to help Canadian investigators produce a profile of the Colchester rapist.
We'll look at the conduct of the offender in his interaction with the victim. We'll look at the level of violence, type of sexual activity, factors that might suggest this offender is aware, conscious of the risk of being identified through forensic evidence. And sometimes we might be able to associate crime scene behavior to known criminal personalities.
This is an individual who doesn't have much power, authority, much significance in the real world, and so through these attacks on elderly women, he's able to feel empowered.
Today, police did release an unknown offender profile, the same ones commonly used by the FBI. It was produced by special investigators with the OPP. Suspect is a white male in his 30s who is probably familiar with the victim. He would be a loner, not physically powerful, with a history of domestic strife.
The profile partially fits their strongest suspect, Manuel Fortuna. It also generates a list of 200 new suspects. But the suspect list is vast and unspecific and creates more work for the already busy investigators. Fear and frustration plague the community.
There was a lot of fear after the first few attacks because there was so many unanswered questions and they were such horrible crimes.
There were a good many people who, had elderly relatives living in the county and didn't want them terrorized.
It changed a lot of people's lives. A lot of houses went up for sale.
Women did sell farms or move into town or move in with family.
They were just terrified to stay at home by themselves.
The work of investigators has been widely publicized. Everyone knows about it. So when the rapist strikes again, there is no doubt about the message.
Well, there's no question about it. It's a kick in the teeth.
They're above average intelligence, most often, and they often get a kick out of being ahead of the authorities.
But this time, the attacker has made a crucial mistake. He's stolen a piece of traceable evidence that could blow the case wide open.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services. Were you or a loved one diagnosed with lung cancer, and other cancers listed on screen, and the disease asbestosis may be linked to a asbestos exposure. Exposure to asbestos in mills, factories, power plants, or while working as a plumber, electrician, plasterer, or maintenance worker may have put you at risk. Because asbestos was widely used on ships, those working in shipyards, including Navy veterans, may have also been exposed. Asbestos has been used in many commercial applications, including insulation, fireproof fabrics, automotive parts, and more. If you or a loved one have been diagnosed with lung cancer or another asbestos-related cancer, call Sokolov Law for a free legal consultation. You may be entitled to compensation. Call 1-800-661-9090. 1-800-661-9090. Again, that's 1-800-661-9090. I'm an unattorney spokesperson.
I'm Daniel, the founder of Pretty Litter, the color-changing, health monitoring cat litter. Did you know that cats tend to hide symptoms of sickness and pain? I learned this the hard way after losing my cat, who strove me to create this. By working with scientists and veterinarians, we were able to develop a new litter with color-changing technology to help you keep tabs on your cat's health. Built with advanced odor control, this litter keeps your home smelling fresher longer. So give it a try. Visit prettylitter.com today.
The GrillBot is the world's first and only automatic grill cleaner. The onboard computer chip creates a randomized pattern with each of the 3 brushes, ensuring full coverage of your grill, deep cleaning every corner. The GrillBot works with hot or cold grills, so you can use it before or after you grill. Check out the GrillBot, available in black or red. Try the GrillBot risk-free for 60 days with our no questions asked satisfaction guarantee. Go to grillbots.com today.
Coming up next on True Crime Network.
Frustrated by a violent predator that rapes and robs elderly women, Colchester police are no closer to finding their attacker. But when the rapist steals the purse of his latest victim, she remembers something distinctive that she left inside.
There was the first piece of actual traceable evidence stolen, and it was a $20 bill which
had something written on it or stamped on it.
Someone had scribbled an odd comment about a politician on the bill.
had Pierre Trudeau resigned today written on it.
The police now release information about the bill to the media, hoping that it will generate a lead. Within a day, they hit pavement.
We got a call from a linen supplier, a guy who drops off hand towels and so on in bars.
They indicated that they had gotten the bill in payment from Silver's Tavern.
It was a strip bar in Windsor.
The bartender vaguely remembers receiving the marked bill for a drink. The man who paid him was a part-time employee at the establishment. His name is David Chevalier.
He ran and got coffee for the strippers, and he cleaned up any messes that might occur there, this kind of stuff.
Police take him in for questioning.
Why are you here today?
When confronted by the evidence of the $20 bill, Chevalier offers little resistance.
What else happened that night with that old lady?
I raped her.
Now, we were very interested in if you've done this one, how many others have you done?
It doesn't take much. Within hours, the suspect confesses that he committed 2 of the 6 remaining assaults. Duke police finally have their rapist. They're worried that the confession was too easy, so they decide to test it.
Normally, in a matter like this, you've always got some holdback evidence, something that only the bad guy would know, or possibly the victim as well, and ultimately the police. He wasn't able to come up with any holdback stuff that we had.
Broke in the front door.
So the investigators ask Chevalier to point out the locations of the crimes he claims to have committed.
He pointed out a couple of houses where, to the best of our knowledge, nothing ever happened. I think he was enjoying the spotlight a little bit.
Just use a crowbar.
But the suspect now surprises police by showing knowledge of the crime involving the $20 bill.
Her bedroom was on the right-hand side.
We ended up charging him with that one.
Chevalier is eventually convicted of that crime, but police aren't convinced that he had any connection to the other 6 attacks.
He's, I think, 20 21, early 20s when he was convicted, which would have made him a teenager when these attacks started. So I didn't get the sense in the early 90s that anyone thought these cases had been solved because of that one case.
There wasn't a great sense of relief on the part of the investigators. I know there certainly wasn't on my part. Simply because we felt he was good for the one, but that left the other 6 unaddressed.
With Chevalier behind bars, 2 new reports of rape and robbery in the area forced Colchester police to confront a cold reality. Their rapist is still at large. A disturbing pattern starts to emerge.
We were looking for a commonality between all these victims.
Some victims had members of the police actually in their families. The third one had 2 grandsons who were RCMP. A son who was actually on the Colchester police. The second one, her son was actually an identification officer with the RCMP.
In fact, one of my investigators, his aunt was a victim.
So it sort of raised the specter, did this person hate the police?
Was the attacker trying to engage police in the ultimate game of payback? Who is the monster who has been terrorizing this community for over 11 years? Only a revolution in forensic science can shine light into the darkest corners of our fields.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. We all do. That sedentary inactivity is terrible for your health, and standing for hours is just as bad. It's time to add some extra steps to your day. Introducing Ellipse by Legsercise, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases your mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. It's the easiest exercise you will ever do.
Ellipse is so smooth, so easy on my joints. My legs are stronger, my joints are no longer stiff. I can walk without pain.
Ellipse fits perfectly under my desk, and it is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your leg muscles, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
It feels like a workout, like I'm challenging myself, but it's still super easy on my joints with no impact whatsoever. Now I can walk longer than before. I feel stronger.
It's able to strengthen different muscles and move legs in both directions, which is exactly what we want for someone trying to regain full pre-injury function.
I have less stiffness and more flexibility. I have better balance, and it increased my mobility.
Ellipse, power-assisted leg exercise that frees your mind to enjoy your favorite seated activities. Perfect for supporting your therapy at home. And it's whisper quiet, so use it while you work. Just plug it in, place your feet, select your speed, and relax. Ellipse does all the work for you.
You've already heard about all the benefits you can get by adding some extra steps to your day with Ellipse. Strengthen and tone your muscles. Passively burn calories. Increase your range of motion, flexibility, balance, and mobility. Stimulate healthy circulation and loosen stiff leg joints. Reduce swelling in your legs, ankles, and feet. And alleviate leg cramps. Plus calm restless legs. Now, let's take a look at Ellipse in action. Say hello to Rhonda. Hey there. How's it going?
It is going great. Honestly, this is the easiest exercise I have ever done. It is so smooth and relaxing, and I feel like my legs feel great. I can feel the blood circulating in my legs, and there's this sort of warm feeling in my legs. I absolutely love it, and this is exactly what I need for my long 8-hour work days. Now, if you'll excuse me, I actually have a text to send.
You have no idea how many times I've heard that same opinion. That's because it's the truth. Call now and get your very own Ellipse. It's time to add some extra steps to your day and stay active even while enjoying your favorite seated activities.
Call now and be one of the first 300 callers and get upgraded to the Ellipse Deluxe Bundle, a $100 value. Yours absolutely free. Get the faster motor that produces more than 5 miles worth of steps per hour, the step counter to keep track of what you've accomplished, the non-slip sport mat, and the wireless remote. Don't miss this opportunity. Hurry and call now.
My clients use continue using it after that. Being able to supplement their treatment at home results in less setbacks and better therapy completion rates. Because of Ellipse, they are better able to handle my sessions because they are stronger, have more range of motion, and flexibility. An 80-year-old recovering from hip or knee surgery can easily use Ellipse on speed 1, and a 30-year-old coming back from a sports injury can use it on speed 3, and both are getting exactly what they need.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too. In fact, you can relax and exercise at the same time because it's so quiet.
Loosen stiff joints and tight muscles, reduce swelling, alleviate cramps, and calm restless legs.
After my first use, I could see that my legs were not as swollen, and I could feel my usually cold legs getting warmer. I could feel my circulation was improving.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Other seated exercisers produce harsh, jarring movement that's hard on your joints. But Ellipse's 46% larger rotational diameter provides more movement and exercise. Plus, ultra-smooth motion that's safe, super low impact, and feels great. Call right now and order your very own Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases your mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain. Call now and be one of the first 300 callers and get upgraded to the Ellipse Deluxe Bundle, a $100 value. Yours absolutely free. Get the faster motor that produces more than 5 miles worth of steps per hour, the step counter to keep track of what you've accomplished, the non-slip sport mat, and the wireless remote. Operators are already taking calls, so hurry and be one of the first 300 callers. Don't miss this opportunity. Call now.
From 1981 to 1992, 9 women have been brutally raped and robbed in the countryside near Windsor, Ontario. The eldest is 83 years old. Police have been repeatedly frustrated by a lack of solid evidence. But now a revolution in forensic science is underway.
This is just when DNA technology was coming to the fore in Canada.
Surprisingly, the new technology is based on a very small part of human DNA.
Most of that DNA is actually the same amongst the whole population. But a small fraction of that DNA differs, and that's why you're different than the people around you. And a small portion of that differs tremendously. Those are called hypervariable parts of the DNA.
DNA technology compares these hypervariable areas in 2 samples of DNA, usually one from a crime scene and one from a suspect. If these hypervariable areas are the same, the chance that the 2 samples come from separate people is low.
If you just looked at one area, the chance of you having profile and another person having the same profile at one location might be 1 in 10. Not very discriminating. But when you get to 3 and 4 locations, then that discrimination potential increases to 1 in thousands to 1 in hundreds of thousands. Once we get to 9 locations, there's a great discrimination potential.
But the good news is quickly overshadowed when the rapist sends shockwaves through Colchester County. The worst fears of police are realized when a woman in her 70s is found murdered. Her hands are tied to her bed. The MO is consistent with the previous attacks.
The body of Mary Louise Amlin was discovered in her house in Malden Township. Police say she was bound and gagged before she was murdered. Police know how she died, but won't release that information. There was no forensic evidence that Amlin was sexually assaulted. However, the position of the body and the fact Amlin was tied up led police to that theory. Inspector Jim Hutchison of the OPP.
The person broke in, but not with the intent, the sole intent of stealing. That a sexual assault was the intent of the break-in.
Lord Amlin discovered his mother's body.
I'm thoroughly convinced that it's someone locally, and I'm thoroughly convinced that they will find the person.
A new task force is created to investigate the murder. Their first question, is this homicide related to the previous sexual assaults?
There was a lot of similarities. A lot of similarities. Point of entry, window. Similarity. Phone lines cut. Similarity.
She had lived in Malden Township, which was in the area of the geographic hunting zone of the Colchester rapist.
Investigators are very aware of the power that DNA technology puts in their hands. They scour the murder scene for the killer's DNA, but another question still haunts them.
If we catch the person for the rapes, do we catch the person for the homicide?
With the rape cases, police can now make use of the new technology and return to the semen samples collected years ago for blood typing.
These were either internal samples taken from the victims, or they were the night clothes worn by the victims. And these samples contain semen. We produced DNA profiles from those semen stains. Those profiles then were compared to each other to see whether or not they came from different people or the same person.
After 15 years, police finally get their first definitive answer.
Those cases indicated one individual that had committed a sexual assault at the time conclusively.
It was a single offender for each case, and the same offender for each case.
Pretty violent affair. With this decisive new information, investigators approach their first major suspect, Manuel Fortuna. Fortuna now has a chance to exonerate himself.
It gnawed away at him for those 18 years. I think it's a pretty devastating allegation.
He jumps at the chance to give a DNA sample.
Months after we had collected his buccal swab, I went back to Manuel Fortuna's house personally. And we felt that we had to do that rather than a phone call and advise him and his family that he was not responsible for these rapes.
After many years living under a cloud, Manuel Fortuna is finally and completely exonerated. Police then approach David Chevalier, the man convicted for the rape involving the $20 bill. He too agrees to provide a DNA sample for comparison to the DNA gathered at 3 of the crime sites.
We did not match.
DNA proves that Chevalier had nothing to do with the 3 rapes for which there are semen samples. The rape for which he was convicted yielded no DNA, so he serves out his sentence for that crime. Investigators finally have evidence that can identify a suspect with absolute certainty. But they have no suspect to match to the evidence. So the team turns to an emerging forensic technique.
This seemed to be the exact type of case that geographic profiling would assist the investigation. The theory behind geographic profiling is that offenders commit crimes in areas they're comfortable.
Rapists, like many other kinds of offenders, will feel most comfortable in an area that they're familiar with, just as all of us have our own little habits and ways of controlling our environment, if you like, so that for a rapist to choose individuals to rape that they can get easy access to and make a good escape would make perfect sense.
We can look at how far they're likely to travel in certain directions based on what kinds of crimes they're willing to commit.
The profiler then identifies a central area that is within a comfortable distance of the crime sites.
I was able to identify an area south of Windsor where I believed it was most likely that the offender lived.
Police now have a target zone only a few kilometers across. They look for people on their suspect list who live in this small area.
Took the list from 200 people of interest down to a possible 29 or 30.
The goal now is to approach every one of them for a DNA sampler. Surprisingly, most people cooperate.
Sort of clearly as a suspect, sir. We just need a sample of your DNA.
Why do some comply and why some don't? I mean, the ones that comply do because they have nothing to hide.
What can I do for you, sir? Want to come in?
Just outside. But there is another reason. Even the men on the suspect list with criminal records are shocked by the nature of these crimes.
Several of them were quite upset that we would even think that they may have something to do with it.
Police. But not all contacts go so smoothly.
Just kidding. Just to clear your name up.
Several of the suspects politely told us that they didn't want any part of it. So now we had to develop ways to acquire their DNA. And what I mean by that is now we're looking at throwaway DNA, discarded DNA, garbage we spent months following people, doing surveillance on people, watching people's houses.
Like two arms of a pencil, geographic profiling and DNA analysis are slowly closing in on a suspect. In a race against time, police ramp up their resources. Every effort is devoted to catching the killer.
You realize that you have a ticking time bomb out there that's going to happen again.
Investigators are poised on a nice edge between hope and fear when a routine interview leads to a dramatic breakthrough.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. Have both Medicare and Medicaid? Now's the time to explore your options and choose the coverage that's right for you. Choose a Medicare Advantage plan that offers you more benefits at no additional cost. Millions of members turn to WellCare for benefits and services that go beyond original Medicare and help them lead better, healthier lives. Choose a plan with $0 or low monthly plan premiums, co-pays, and deductibles. And with WellCare, you don't just pay less, you get more. More dental coverage, more vision and hearing with an eyewear allowance, plus prescription drug coverage. Call us at 877-268-6394 to speak to a friendly licensed representative and request a free all-in-one guide. There's no obligation. We're here to help you review your options to see if a WellCare plan is the right decision for you. WellCare has a large network of doctors and specialists, and WellCare Medicare Advantage plans come with this all-in-one WellCare Spendables debit card to use for over-the-counter health items and dental, vision, and hearing costs. Get convenient access to care with our telehealth services, including online doctor visits, Dario, a digital mental health and social support resource, and free fitness benefits with online classes. WellCare has a contract with Medicare to provide Medicare Advantage plans. It has been serving those with Medicare Advantage, Medicaid, and prescription drug plans for more than 35 years. Call now. We're here to answer your questions and even assist enrolling you over the phone. Choose the company that puts your health first. WellCare, the coverage you need and more. Call now and get a free copy of our all-in-one guide, 877-268-6394.
These days I feel more confident and connected, all thanks to Clear Captions. It's given me my independence back.
Clear Captions is a phone captioning service that displays your caller's words, so you can read and listen at the same time, and is provided at no cost through a federally managed program.
My mom has always been independent, but when her hearing got worse, she started avoiding phone calls, and I worried about her. Now, thanks to Clear Captions, she can read every call and never miss a word. The best part? I don't have to worry like I used to. Hi, Mom. Should I bring over dinner?
Clear Captions gave me the confidence I needed. Why wait? Clear Captions came to my home to set up the phone and showed me how to use it. It was easy.
Call 1-800-369-4746.
Clear Caption service is provided at no cost through a federally managed program. Call today.
1-800-369-4746.
Crime Lab secrets, forensic breakthroughs, and the agents who cracked the cases. The FBI Files, only on True Crime Network.
A violent rapist has been terrorizing Colchester County for more than 17 years. His most recent attack ended in murder. Police turned to geographic profiling to identify a list of suspects. Now, they need their DNA.
On that suspect list was a person by the name of Stanley Bayless. He was well known to us. We went to his residence, spoke to him, asked him if he would come out and speak to us in our van. And within seconds of being in the van, he starts saying that, well, I know why you're here. It's about the car.
It's that car thing, right? All I was there for was to steal that car.
Police listen intently as Bayless unexpectedly takes them back to his role in the very first case 17 years ago.
In and out.
They hide their surprise and play along.
And I went, yep, that's exactly why we're here. effective, and this is just a great break for a police officer when someone gives you information that you can deal with.
Bayless tells them that he stole the lady's car with a friend, that it was this friend who sexually assaulted the victim.
Had nothing to do with it. I pulled him off the lady. And after that, I never saw the guy again.
Then Bayless gives up the friend's name.
Who off the lady?
Gregoire.
The first victim was assaulted in her bedroom. Bayless had come upstairs because he found the keys to the car and was yelling at Gregoire, let's go, and was upset with the nature of what Gregoire was doing to this elderly female. It was just, a horrifying act.
And after that, I never saw the guy again.
The FBI profile has said that they felt that on the very first rape, which was actually supposed to be just a theft of a vehicle, that the two offenders that were in the residence were friends. That after what happened to the first victim, they would probably part ways.
Stanley Bayless is not their rapist, but he has given police a prime suspect. After 17 years, they finally have a name.
We have Mr. Bayless telling us that he was at the first scene, he was with Dale Gregoire. Now we're thinking, geez, I wonder if Dale's the guy for the rest of them.
Dale Gregoire is actually one of the men on the suspect list developed from the geographic profile. He also has a criminal record. Police have not yet approached him for a DNA sample.
We knew with his previous police involvement that he was not a fan of the police, and that we would have a very tough time even approaching him and even talking to him.
Dale Gregoire is not exactly what the criminal profile pointed to. He is black, not white, and a family man, not alone.
Dale Gregoire came from a large family that's lived in the community for a long time, a well-respected family, so people knew each other. I think he himself was not well known in the community. He was an ordinary guy.
Inconsistent to victim reports, he doesn't speak with a foreign accent, but this doesn't rule him out as a suspect.
If you speak with an accent that is not a true accent, it would throw the police off.
That may have likely just been something on his part to confuse the investigators.
What the police need now is a DNA sample, but they believe that asking him directly might tip him off.
So we tried to follow him around. We tried to get his garbage. We tried to get cigarette butts. Anything that would give us a solid profile of this person.
But this suspect does not make it easy.
We had really no success in acquiring anything.
What happens next shocks the investigators. Despite wide media coverage and a large police presence, the rapist strikes again. The victim is 77 years old. The MO for this crime is consistent with the other attacks. Incredibly, the house is only a few doors down from Dale Gregoire's.
What struck me about that was the boldness of it.
His confidence had to be huge, and every time he did one of these rapes, and apparently in his mind would continue to get away with it, his confidence just kept growing.
In fact, he is so arrogant that he leaves behind another piece of evidence, his balaclava. Police are convinced that this overconfident man is Dale Gregoire, but they still can't prove it, so they devise a plan to box him in.
I was able to coordinate and obtain enough personnel to have him under surveillance for 24 hours a day.
Trailing Gregoire is complicated because he maintains a home in Windsor where his wife and children live, and a house in Colchester where he lives alone.
What that entailed was 2 actual surveillance teams. And in order to do that, they had to go to the ground. They literally had to crawl and lay in the ground through the night from the time that it became dark until it was late in the morning.
And all officers were instructed that if Dale Gregoire left that house at night for any reason, they were to arrest him.
There is a gap in their surveillance plan. During the day, Gregoire drives to his job as a construction worker. They have to keep tabs on him without being seen. So police develop a method to track Gregoire in his car. First, they visit a used car lot and find a car almost identical to Gregoire's. After getting a tracking warrant, they break into Gregoire's car and remove it from the driveway. It is temporarily replaced with the nearly identical car from the dealership.
So we obtained the use of the vehicle that was identical to his, park it in exactly his spot, so that if there was, an opportunity where he may have looked out a window or something, the vehicle was there, and he would have been, wise to the idea that, something was happening.
A police technician now installs a hardwired tracking device under Gregoire's car.
And we had the vehicle for less than an hour.
Soon after, they exchange the cars again. Police track Dale Gregoire constantly, but they still have no DNA sample, and he is careful not to leave one. After 17 years, will police finally outsmart the Colchester Rebels?
This is a paid advertisement for legal services. Were you or a loved one diagnosed with lung cancer? Lung cancer and other cancers listed on screen and the disease asbestosis may be linked to asbestos exposure. Exposure to asbestos in mills, factories, power plants, or while working as a plumber, electrician, plasterer, or maintenance worker may have put you at risk. Because asbestos was widely used on ships, those working in shipyards, including Navy veterans, may have also been exposed. Asbestos has been used in many commercial applications, including insulation, fireproof fabrics, automotive parts, and more. If you or a loved one have been diagnosed with lung cancer or another asbestos-related cancer, call Sokolov Law for a free legal consultation. You may be entitled to compensation. Call 1-800-661-9090. 1-800-661-9090. Again, that's 1-800-661-9090. I'm a non-attorney spokesperson.
Meet the most insightful way to never scoop again. Litter Robot 5 Pro, the next generation of litter robot. Litter Robot 5 Pro from Whisker, the greatest invention since cats.
The GrillBot is the world's first and only automatic grill cleaner. The onboard computer chip creates a randomized pattern with each of the 3 brushes, ensuring full coverage of your grill, deep cleaning every corner. The GrillBot works with hot or cold grills, so you can use it before or after you grill. Check out the GrillBot, available in black or red. Try the GrillBot risk-free for 60 days with our no questions asked satisfaction guarantee. Go to grillbots.com today.
I love food.
Before Mochi, my brain never got the signal your full stop beating.
And when I started taking these medications, it just gave a relief to that. I still love food, but it doesn't control me.
Check out joinmochi.com.
For more than 17 years, a violent rapist-turned-killer has eluded police, viciously attacking 10 elderly women. Police need a DNA sample to bring in their #1 suspect. October 14th, 1998. Dale Gregoire is finishing his lunch when his attention is suddenly distracted.
Gregoire, get this thing out of here! He'd spit on the ground. He'd throw a paper cup. Then he'd throw a napkin.
Photographs were taken of Gregoire as he discarded each of those 3 items.
One of our surveillance officers who was in communication with us was told, go and grab the napkin, the cup, and wipe up the spit if you can.
It's a busy construction site. The sample could be destroyed at any second.
I made a call to Cecilia Hageman at the Center of Forensic Science, and she was prepared for us to come
saliva contains buccal cells. Buccal cells are the cells on the inside of your cheek, and they contain DNA, and that DNA, of course, is the same as the DNA in a person's semen, in the person's blood, anywhere in the body.
The sample from Dale Gregoire is compared to the samples from the 4 rapes for which DNA was obtained.
This gentleman's profile was the same, so either he's the source or it's a coincidence. But the chance of the coincidence of the 9 locus profile was 1 in 1.7 trillion.
Police now get a warrant to search Gregoire's house. In his basement, they find newspaper articles and other mementos of the Colchester rapes. They also find a collection of violent S&M pornography. Dale Gregoire is arrested and charged for the 4 rapes for which DNA is obtained. But he professes his innocence.
He denied being involved vehemently and insisted on many occasions that we're the wrong person.
No one believes Dale Gregoire's denials.
How do you refute scientific evidence that the only person on the face of the earth has contributed this body fluid and left it at a crime scene? How does that person explain how his DNA got to be left on the clothing or inside the body of one of these women who have been victimized?
Neither Gregoire nor his lawyer can explain the mystery. He is convicted on all counts. In 2003, he is declared a dangerous offender. He will never see the outside of the prison cell. Stanley Bayless is not charged after agreeing to testify against Gregoire. The remaining 6 rapes and the murder have not yet been solved, and many questions remain. The deepest question is also the simplest. Why?
I think it haunted the victims at the time. I remember that coming out in court, at least one of them asking why. And I don't know that the question why was ever really answered.
It's hard to understand, hard to know what triggered these assaults for which Gregoire has been convicted. We just don't know. He didn't cooperate with a psychiatrist. We got no real information, no insight.
I guess he enjoyed the control of these individuals when he broke in. The fact that he could sexually assault them, the fact that he could steal from them, the fact that he could get away from doing it.
Gregoire's trail of devastation across Colchester County will forever scar the tight community.
The worst part of it was many of these victims have passed away as a result of natural causes, and they will never know that we caught this guy.
But there are exceptions. These women live to see Dale Gregoire led away in handcuffs.
Every criminal leaves behind clues. Forensic Factor. Next.
He's a self-appointed assassin. A killer who believes he's on a mission beyond the law.
He felt he was almost an avenging angel, that he was doing God's work.
But to those who would cross his path, he was an angel of death.
He was, in fact, the judge, the jury, and the person that carried out the sentence.
Overnight, a city is thrown into blind panic that would soon spread across the country and beyond.
The fugitive aspect of the case definitely became a worldwide manhunt.
Clearly the sniper was playing a game with the police.
But armed with the very latest in forensic technology, this is one game the cops have no intention of using.
People tell you policemen don't take things personally. I think we damn well do.
scour the crime scene for evidence. One of the first to arrive is Sergeant Ann Drennan, who was shocked by the very nature of the crime.
It's a very upscale, affluent neighborhood. It's normally very peaceful, very quiet there, and that type of call, a shooting or something with a lot of external violence involved, was very rare. When the first shot was fired, it went through the sliding glass doors into the kitchen area, but did not hit Dr. O'Malley's.
And the next bullet tears through his thigh and blows a hole the size of a cantaloupe. Blood everywhere and gushing out of the thigh.
For a bullet to do that, the sniper must be using a very powerful weapon. And when investigators turn their attention to the laneway behind the house, their worst suspicions are confirmed. They find a spent shell casing, commonly used with M14 type rifles.
The ammunition itself was very unusual, and this particular ammo was manufactured in either Russia or Asia.
In the same garbage can, police find unused rifle shells. The problem is the spent shells and the live ones don't match.
They were quite different from the shells that were located following the actual shooting.
It appears their shooter has planted dummy evidence.
So clearly the sniper was playing a game with the police. He was purposely deceiving them. He's actually thinking ahead to what are the police going to be looking for.
Police are initially encouraged when a witness comes forward, telling them she has seen someone very suspicious.
The man had been in her gas station and had very, very muddy cans, that he was rather dirty, he was kind of wet, and he looked as though he might have been outside and digging around in dirt or leaves.
And from that, there were composite sketches made that police circulated. The man who was being sized had, average height, 200 pounds, white guy, not much to go on.
But the sniper may have left behind another clue.
They found what I'll call fresh garbage. It was remnants of food and drink boxes.
Were these left behind by the shooter? If so, police wonder what kind of person would casually eat before committing such a cold-blooded act.
It indicated that somebody had quite likely been in that area for a period of time.
Waiting for the right moment to take a shot.
The only good news in the case concerns the victim himself.
Fortunately, he was a doctor. He was able to take the sash off his rope and make himself a tourniquet on his leg to try and stem the flow of blood.
Garson Romales is headed for a full recovery. But despite their best efforts, police are no closer to finding their cold-blooded sniper.
We didn't know what the motive was here. We knew that for whatever reason, someone had wanted to kill somebody in that house, and that it was likely the doctor.
Certainly, the fear was there that there'd be another attack.
And nearly a year to the day, that fear is realized. This time, the sniper strikes 3,300 kilometers away in Ancaster, Ontario. It's a carbon copy attack. An unknown shooter fires from the back of the house. The victim is yet again a doctor who survives the shooting. Again, the ammunition found suggests a military weapon.
In a shed in behind the house, they find bits of wrappings, garbage. The sniper had been in there for some time, waiting for the right moment to take a shot.
The sniper waits again, and 2 years later.
November 11th, 1997. It's Remembrance Day in Canada, or Veterans Day in the U.S. And out in Winnipeg, Manitoba, a bullet fires through the glass and strikes Dr. Feynman in the right shoulder.
Dr. Feynman survives the shooting, but the MO perfectly matches the previous 2 attacks.
There were a lot of similarities. It appeared to us that we possibly had a serial shooter out there.
And since police have no idea who their shooter is, they instead turn their attention to his victims.
Clearly, this is a sniper who is not just showing up and taking a pot shot and running. It's calculating and cold. He's basically hunting doctors.
But not just any doctors. This shooter hunting doctors provide abortions.
If you're a Medicare beneficiary, call now to see how a WellCare Medicare Advantage plan could get you some big benefits. Find out how easy it is to get all of your original Medicare coverage plus extra benefits. A WellCare Medicare Advantage plan is designed to fit your needs so you can be your best every day. You could have medical coverage, prescription drug coverage, dental, vision, and hearing coverage. Dario, a digital mental health and social support resource. And here's more good news. You can get a WellCare Medicare Advantage plan with a $0 or low monthly plan premium. How can WellCare offer all of those benefits for a $0 or low monthly plan premium? It's simple. Medicare Advantage and Medicare Part D prescription drug coverage are important parts of Medicare. WellCare has a contract with Medicare to offer and provide these important options to you. Call right now to get your free copy of the WellCare All-in-One Guide. Call 844-975-0005. There is absolutely no obligation for requesting this free information. WellCare offers benefits that go beyond the basics, and we make them easy to use so you can support your best health. Call a licensed sales agent to see if you are eligible to enroll today. And call today to get your free copy of the All-in-One Guide with absolutely no obligation. Your free guide will provide information to make a smart choice for your healthcare coverage. Just call 844-975-0005. Remember, there's no obligation for requesting this free information. So call 844-975-0005. Call today.
Did you say 12 o'clock? Okay. See you tomorrow at 12. I can't hear clearly on the phone anymore.
Let me show you something that will change your life. This is a clear captions phone. It allows me to read what a caller is saying.
Really?
You can read what the caller is saying as they say it. It's easy to understand and respond to immediately.
It sounds expensive.
Actually, there is no insurance or Medicare required. The service is provided at no cost to you through a federally managed program. Hi, Grandma.
Hi, honey. How are you?
Give your loved ones the connection they deserve. Call now to see if you qualify.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear caption service is provided at no cost to you. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone. Call 1-800-993-6615. That's 1-800-993-6615. Call 1-800-993-6615.
Most insightful way to never scoop again. Litter Robot 5 Pro, the next generation of litter robot. The new Waste ID system detects the type of bathroom visit. Number 1, leaves time to clump. And number 2, cycles quickly for instant odor management. Built-in cameras identify each cat using facial recognition for real-time insights. Litter Robot 5 Pro from Whisker. The greatest invention since cats.
On the trail of a mysterious serial sniper who has shot 3 victims in the quiet of their own home, police come to a horrifying conclusion. He is specifically targeting doctors who perform abortions. Joyce Arthur worked in Vancouver for the Abortion Rights Coalition.
It's hard to think of any other issue other than abortion that is so divisive and so radicalized.
In late 1990s North America, government protection for both providers of abortions and the women who need their services caused anti-abortion activists to become increasingly violent, even in laid-back Vancouver.
We were very much aware at the Vancouver Police Department of the increase in the level of violence and aggression that was involved in the whole anti-abortion movement.
One guy was showing up with a baseball bat, being very threatening. Another guy showed up with a knife in his pocket. There were death threats. It was scary.
As time went on, doctors definitely became the primary targets.
But no one had been this smooth. And
forming a national task force to look into the shootings, authorities must decide whether to go public with one of the crucial links: the date. 3 shootings: Dr. Ramallis, 1994, Vancouver; Dr. Short, 1995, Ancaster; and Dr. Feynman, 1997, Winnipeg, all on nearly the same day, Remembrance Day.
This is someone who was attacking in the fall of each year for 2 reasons. For tactics, because the days are short and dark, and for symbolism. It's Remembrance Day, Veterans Day.
Doctors, I think, kind of started to take a much lower profile, started to take security measures. Some of them were wearing bulletproof vests. These people were very afraid.
With each successful attack, the shooter is gaining more confidence. He's emboldened by what he's doing.
And with Remembrance Day just weeks away, it's not only Canadian doctors who fear for their lives. Dr. Barnett Slepian is now on the sniper's list of victims, but with a terrible difference. He would be dead by the time police reach the crime scene. One of the first to arrive is Joe LaCourte, detective lieutenant with the Amherst Police Department.
We do a quick walkthrough so that I can see as much as I can see at a quick glance. The ambulance is already gone. Dr. Slepian had already been removed.
Dr. Slepian was definitely someone who stood up for his principles and what he believed in, and he felt it was a woman's right to choose, and many times he had been the victim of protests at his home.
Inside the house, LaCourte makes sure his men don't disturb any potential evidence.
If that one officer or that one civilian goes in, makes one mistake and kicks the bullet, the bullet ends up over there that started out over there, he could throw our entire investigation off.
Police are soon joined by FBI Special Agent Joel Mercer, who is involved because the crime violates the FACE Act.
The FACE Act stands for Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act. It became federal law in 1994, basically to protect providers of women's reproductive health services.
Joining the crime scene is Captain Michael Melton, Chief of Forensics with the Amherst Police Department.
We learned of Dr. Slepian's death shortly after arrival on the crime scene. That information was transmitted back to us, so we knew that we had a homicide.
For FBI Special Agent Mercer, the reality of the case quickly sinks in.
There was a family portrait on the wall that kind of caught my attention right away. It's a beautiful family, 4 young boys, kind of that living the American dream, one might say. A father who worked hard, and a mom, a very close-knit family. And the night that the shot was fired, the entire family was home. 2 of the 4 boys were within probably 10 feet of Dr. Slepian when he was shot. And that's a memory they can never escape, no matter how hard they try.
Here you're at your house. You've been out during the evening. You come home, and all of a sudden a bullet comes screaming through the back window of your house out of the dark and hits you. How can you begin to imagine that?
Your home is your castle, and if you can't feel safe at home, where can you feel safe?
The deadly game between the sniper and his hunters has become an out-and-out war.
Killing a doctor, he's gone and done it. It's from the full force of the law.
We instantly set up a joint command post with the local police, New York State Police, and the FBI.
They started doing a neighborhood investigation, asking neighbors if they heard anything or saw anything.
As the evening progressed, dogs were called out. The sheriff's department helicopter was in the air, searching for anyone who might have been back in the woods or any suspicious cars parked off at dead ends.
I had the helicopter in the air for 2 reasons. One, to see if the suspect was laying down in the field behind the house. 2, it had the forward-looking infrared cartridge is fired and ejected from a gun, it may retain enough heat to be picked up by that flare unit.
While his officers search from the land and sky, Melton's task is to determine exactly where the sniper fired from.
To find out where the bullet came from, I had requested the use of a ballistic laser.
Melton aligns the laser with the bullet holes in the sliding glass door leading to the backyard.
We projected that laser beam through the 3 holes that were present. We had the screen hole, which is on the interior, we had the interior glass surface, and then we had the exterior glass surface.
In a line formed by the bullet holes, the laser beam tracks the trajectory of the bullet back to the woods and finds the very spot where a few hours ago the killer stood and fired. But once again, the sniper has vanished without a trace. Or has he? Police hope the Slepian crime scene will finally turn the tables on their killer.
I was the fat friend. I tried everything. I feel like giving up on life, and then I found mochi.
You're responding really well to the medication.
I've lost over 100 pounds, and I'm ready for new adventures. Check out joinmochi.com.
My name is Dr. Randy Eisel. In my career, I've treated thousands of cats, and I strongly recommend the use of Pretty Litter cat litter to my patients. We can use it to monitor the efficacy of our treatment and for its cleanliness.
When you have something that actually indicates that something might be wrong is such a blessing.
I can go to sleep at night knowing that I have these systems in place to be proactive about her health. I saw the color change. I was like, this stuff works.
It's a game changer. It really has saved my cat's life.
Coming up next on True Crime Network.
After wounding his 3 previous victims, all of them abortion doctors, a dangerous serial sniper commits a brutal act of murder. State-of-the-art forensics identify where the shooter stood only hours ago. But what can this crime scene tell the police?
Our problem was, at night, we really had to stay out of that field. If you went in there at night, you're going to step on things that you can't see. So we chose to lock that part down.
The next morning, Melton searches the area around the tree.
We boxed off about a 12-foot area all the way around that tree. And we proceeded to do the ground cover recovery, meaning that all the leaves that were there, we scooped up and we sifted using sifters on location. The other thing that was really important was what we didn't find. And that was a crucial piece. And the fact that we couldn't find that cartridge case really started to tell us more about the suspect.
Unable to find any ballistic evidence, police turned their focus to the actual tree where the laser hit.
Pretty much looking for a needle in a haystack. Now, in this day and age, not only looking for hard forensics, looking for DNA material, whether it be a hair or a fiber. You're not just looking for big items. Looking for something that might have perspiration on it.
Bark has crevices in it. It's heavily textured. And if I lay a piece of clothing against that bark, it could scrape off a fiber. If I rub my head against it, it could snag a hair from my head and be caught on the back side of that bark, and we can't see it. We take what we call footwear lifters. It's an adhesive material, and we adhere that to the areas of the branches we felt were possibly used by a shooter to brace against.
Finally, they get lucky.
We noticed that there were some hair and fiber trace evidence there.
The fibers that were found on the tree were a blue-green acrylic fiber, most likely from a sweater.
All of that was sent to the FBI lab in Washington so that they could start their analysis as to what they might find.
Certainly DNA has become the gold standard for homicide investigations, a critical step sometimes in convicting someone of murder. But the key point is, if you find the DNA, that's great. But if you have no one to match it to, all you have is a DNA profile of an unknown assailant.
And while the cops hope their forensic evidence will lead them to their prey, back in Canada, a mysterious package is delivered, but not to the police.
Thank you.
The package is delivered to the offices of the Hamilton Spectator newspaper, a 10-minute drive from Ancaster, Ontario, home of the second shooting. personal message from the sniper to the world. Running with the story is crime reporter Bill Dunphy.
It was a very disturbing package, complete with graphics, a collage and scribblings on it with some vague references and threats, including a taunt to the police telling them to solve the puzzle, is how I think he put it. The police became very interested in this and redoubled their efforts.
In all, 10 packages are sent.
These messages were increasingly violent and disturbing. I remember one featured a doctor lying in a pool of blood. There was another one with the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The concern among the police, the public, and in our newsroom really was ratcheted very high.
But back in Amherst, New York, police are no closer to tracking Dr. Slepian's killer.
In terms of suspects for the shooting, there are certainly a list of radical pro-lifers in the U.S. that are on the radar of the FBI and police authorities, but in terms of the specific shooter, they don't have a name.
And with Remembrance Day less than 2 weeks away, the pressure is on.
We know we have other abortion doctors that live in town. There's certainly notifications that are made, make them aware. Heavy checks are placed on their homes and places of business. Certainly now we're heightened as to something else might happen.
Pressure is only made worse by the media blitz the Slepian killing receives.
The story explodes. It's on CNN. It's international.
Murder of Dr. Slepian was a cold-blooded assassination. It was a type of murder for which the death penalty should apply.
It definitely drew media attention both locally and nationally, given the fact that Dr. Slepian was a provider of women's reproductive health services. And, that certainly added the pressure to the investigators.
For police, it's time for good old-fashioned grunt work.
Investigatively, we're doing probably 100 things at the same time. We have detectives knocking on doors. We're stretching the perimeter out. For any suspicious cars over the last 6 months, we're putting out information to the news. If anybody saw anything come in, we're establishing tip lines. We're meeting with the FBI and with the Canadian authorities. We're picking their brains, give us everything they know about the other shootings.
All that hard work pays off.
A person from the neighborhood of Dr. Slepian came in to the command post and said that she had information.
She jogs every morning, and 9 days before the shooting, she went out to do her usual jog.
She saw a party who was in an older model car. She said, that's not right.
And the reason it catches her attention is that she jogs in that neighborhood every morning. She knows who the paper boy is. She knows who the milkman is. She knows when people are walking their dogs, when they're leaving for work, when they're getting home from work. And this car seemed out of place.
Realizing he's being watched, the man gets out of his car and begins to jog, but barely.
He's not really jogging. She describes it as plodding.
He kind of limped. He was lumbering along like he was pretending, and it just didn't seem right to her.
This individual turned left toward Dr. Slepian's house, and this witness turned right and continued on her run.
After she came back from her jog, which was about an hour, and the car was still there, she thought it was very odd that he'd still be out there running, because he really didn't look like the type of person who would be in shape to do that.
The woman then does something truly remarkable.
She keeps a jogging journal, and she wrote what path she went and, what time she went out.
And she was a very, very smart lady. She wrote the plate number down. She knew it wasn't right, and she wrote it down. This is the kind of person you could die for on any investigation.
And when we ran, that Vermont license plate was registered to James Charles Cobb.
Within minutes, police get their very first look at the man who may be their killer.
Cobb had 30-plus anti-abortion arrests throughout the United States.
We even were able to find arrests that he got when he was out of the country, when he was in Europe. We found arrests, I believe he was in jail in Italy for abortion protests. This seemed to be the only thing this man did.
The prime suspect in the murder case now has a name, James Charles Cobb. And Remembrance Day is just around the corner.
Here's good news about Medicare. The Reliance Medicare Helpline can make it easy to research, compare, and shop for Medicare Advantage plans. Just call to speak with a licensed sales agent and tell us what matters most to you. And we'll help you find a Medicare Advantage plan with the plan benefits, doctors, and co-pays that fit your budget. You see, every year how your current plan stacks up. You can count on us to explain all the plan details and variations between plans. We can check to see if your preferred doctors are in network.
Hey everybody. Oh my god.